Right, so here we are in the dark of night. I got some time before. Basically, I thought I had to do more raid than I have to today. But I have to do quite a bit in a little while. But I got a couple hours before that happens. And I ended up watching some weird videos and whatnot. Anyway, one thing I didn't note in the sort of first intro portion, the French are supposed to have 5 of these cards with a little asterisk on them. I could only find 4. Now, again, the French cards were the ones that numerically, I think all the numbers were there. You know, I think I had all the cards, which could actually have been my fault. It's possible that something stuck together here or something. So let me check that, because there were replacement cards and France had a few of them. It's possible that I pulled 2 cards out without noticing. Sometimes cards stick together. I doubt it highly, but we'll see. Now, none of the cards that I replaced or pulled out to replace, none of them have a star on them at all, so I don't know. Anyway, I'm leaving these behind maybe to see if there's some kind of other errata or something in play. I don't know. There's already... so there's this solo system here. There's errata here, but this predates the rules that I have. French card F21 should be a starred card in hand at start time. You know what? I bet you they didn't replace it. Okay, there we go. So I will look through and find that. This is the kind of thing, is that, like, there were known errata issues that did not make it into the fix. This was not one of the replacement cards. They just didn't put the star on there. Which is a little weird, because some of the replacement stuff, now there's 2 sets of replacement, okay? One thing was this, which just came kind of in the mail, no warning or anything about it. It sounded like I was getting another copy of Clash of Sovereigns when, like, they emailed me that Clash of Sovereigns order was coming, and I'm like, didn't I already get that? What's up? Did I order another one accidentally? Because that happens sometimes. That was not the case. Instead, it was the fix pack. But I also ordered the 2023 counter pack, which had a bunch of counters for Clash of Sovereigns. You didn't get the counters replacements, and some of the counter replacements were very, very minor cosmetic issues, like spelling a name wrong, which they continue to get wrong on the player aids that they reprinted, and stuff like that. That's just like, oh shit. Anyway, now with the counter replacements, and this was something that pissed me off, because when they do fuck something up, I think that they should make good on it. They used to send the counters out for free. If you owned the game, you got the counters. Bing bang, you know? Have I been listening to Trump too much? Apparently, yeah, so like, here I stand, a little tiny cut off a counter printing was given to everyone who got, like, you know, the edition that I got, which I think was the first. And it just, you know, had the replacement pieces in it. They don't do that anymore, and some of the replacement pieces are like, yeah, I don't really care about this, like misspelling a name or miswriting the name. There were a couple. I could show you. Yeah, we were supposed to jump into the rules here, man. What's going on? They're in here. Oh, let's see if I can find it easily. There's like one where it's just really almost unreadable what's on it, and yeah, I would have to dig in. But there's one where there's like DRM was printed over the die roll modifier. which was like a +1 or something like that, and it was just unreadable. But they couldn't replace it. Like it couldn't be fixed. It had to get rid of the DRM on it. There wasn't enough room on the counter, and that's why it happened the way it did. That's kind of bothersome. Border Reavers had some really problematic ones. This one also had some that are similar, where one side of the counter was mistaken with another counter in the same sort of way. You had the same situation, as a matter of fact, although there are no replacements for it, in Banish All Their Fears. GMT is getting very, very bad with proofing, or I don't know what it is. It's got to be on their end because most of the counters are fine. So some kind of proofing capability, they've just been fucking up royally. And now they're charging you, I don't know. It's like a couple bucks to order the counter sheet, and then you also have to pay shipping on it. So it comes to, $4 or $5. It's not a huge amount of money, but you're not getting what you used to get, which was, hey, we fucked up, here you go. And the hey, we fucked up, here you go worked fine for me, because if it's a minor issue that isn't if it's just like, hey, we got this name wrong, that's fine to be in the errata. I don't care if it doesn't affect play. But if it affects play, or if something's really butchered or just missing or whatever, I really think that they ought to. It was part. Okay. It was part of what made GMT the best customer support company left. The gamers used to be far and away, but that stopped happening a long time ago once they got taken over by Multiman, or at least their publishing side was handled by Multiman, and I don't expect anything there to get any better with Dean gone. So GMT kind of had upped the stakes, and they upped the stakes the first time they did. I think it was Won by the Sword, where they replaced an entire rule set. Well, this one's up at that level as well, and there's no question about that. But they had actually also sent, before they did that, they also had been in the habit of sending you replacement counters when they fucked up a counter sheet. If they charge the customer for their errors, it feels like they're not going to fix the problem. Like, it feels like their quality control has gone way down in conjunction with their decision not to replace the counter, not to just send replacement counters out. But at least they're still doing this with real mess-ups. Anyway, what we were going to do was we were going to dig into the actual rules of the game. And unfortunately, I can't push this forward very far. Push a little bit. But, yeah, there's not a lot of table space here. And I can't find myself a comfortable place. So, just have this combination that's not good here in terms of I'm trying to figure out where to put my coffee, where to put my pipe, where to put everything, and still be able to reach this and get at those. I think I'll take a little pause, light up a pipe, and then we'll dig into the actual rules part of the introduction. This is going to be a long one. I think there's going to be a fair amount of commentary, as usual. But, yeah, to some extent I feel like the information that I give in these rules readings, when the rules are fine, it's probably too much. It would probably be better to just give a description of the rules. But, it helps solidify for me. It's been like probably a week since I read the core rules. Not even now. But it's been a couple of days, and they're already fading. And of course, by the time I start playing, they'll have already faded as well. But that's just the nature of my poor little brain. But yeah, when the rules are really problematic, I do feel like it's a good idea for me to expose what is wrong still. And the reason for that is, for some people, they look at it and they can say, look, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. That's pretty clear. But it also, look, I have trouble with rules sometimes. right? So for some of you, you may be able to intuit more. Others may be able to deal with less. And then, oddly enough, with some really terrible rule sets. Like if you look at recently the Campaigns of Marlborough game that I did, that has a horrible rule set. But I can pretty much intuit what the fuck it means and what they intend. And maybe I get it wrong, maybe I don't. But I feel like I had a lot less trouble with that very, very sparse and clearly lacking rule set as compared to when, you know, you've got what? Here it's, well, it's not, it's 28 pages minus one here, say, but say a 27, 28 page rule book that, you know, is very, there's an attempt to nail everything down in GMT games and everything. Sometimes they get it right, sometimes they don't. Here, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm left with kind of a feeling of, I'm not sure. You know, I'm going to have to play with the game to get an idea of how good the rules are. But we will hit places where I have issues. Okay, whoops. So, a little bit of description here that I don't think is that big a deal. Representation on the counters, nothing too exciting there. I've gone over, I think, most of that. The depots, I haven't pointed them out specifically. A list of all the different nations and where they may or may not end up, alignment-wise. Their coloring on the map, and to some extent on the counters. Some definitions. Instead of ops points, they call it campaign points here. That's fine. Yes, I missed this. So there's victory point values on hexes. Well, on spaces. Hexes. If they have two different colors, it indicates that they're worth different amounts to different players. So here, this is, well, let's look at Milan. Milan is tan and brown, and they say it's 3 to Spain and 1 to all other powers. I'm assuming this is 3 to Austria, 1 to all other powers in that case. Talked about the movement routes. Ports are the little anchors, no question. Okay. There are large areas with a name on them. That may impact some of the cards or some special rules, but for the most part, it's not that big a deal. Like Poland up there. Well, the Polish spaces are actually Russia. Has Russia been seized already? Or has Poland already been completely seized? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. No, Poland still exists at this point. It still exists in the 7 Years' War. But it's colored as Russia. Probably because the Russians show up there and have free access or something like that. There's large groupings of areas. Germany, the German theater, which is Germany and France. I don't see anything that distinguishes the difference there. Large groupings of areas. German theater comprising Germany and France, bordered blue and gray. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure I believe you, but all right. Whatever. Border theater comprising Austria and Prussia, which would be this. I kind of think this is Germany. It is not Germany and France. I don't know if they're trying to say something like Nancy, which is now part of France, but I don't know if it was part of French national territory at that point. In a lighter tan map color, Italian theater bordered in yellow. That's this. Yeah, for some reason I think they're saying Germany is this and this. Because this is bordered in blue, this is bordered in whatever they said, gray or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. We talked about leader valuations, strength points, nothing exciting. There's the irregular units. Austria has two types of irregulars. As far as I can tell, they operate completely the same and are completely interchangeable. Piedmont also has irregulars. They may be a little different. I'm not sure. Because these are CHs, these are guerrillas. Abbreviations for the different nations. Talk about the strategy cards. There's a fleet sortie symbol that can be down here. We didn't point that out. Some cards say that they're diplomacy on them, I guess. We could look at somebody's deck. Well, hand. Like I said, most of the deck ends up in your hand. This has a date. I'm finding these hard to look at. This doesn't say it's a diplomacy card. Where they're pointing to diplomacy appears to be something else. I don't know. Like what they're not pointing to here is the restriction on when you can play it. There's something here. I think it says diplomatic, yeah. But I don't see it on any of the Austrian cards, and I'm not going to just keep fishing. Asterisk is a starting card. Yeah, one of them doesn't have it. Fleet sortie. If the card is played for CPs, the player also receives a fleet sortie marker, which will allow them to do something with their fleet. DR is die roll, which will require you to make certain rolls to see if an outcome, to see what the random effect of the card is. Some cards are battle cards. They have events that can be played to influence the outcome of a battle. It says to your battle roll here. There's nothing that seems to indicate that it's a battle card in particular. Int cards with this code where? I'm not seeing the code. Have events that can interrupt any activation by any power. Yeah, I'm not seeing the code on here. On the example that they gave. It doesn't appear to be there. We'll see. Okay. Defining forces and commands. A force is any number of SPs and mobile CH or guerrillas in a space with or without one or more leaders. A leaderless force is considered a single force for purposes of attrition in combat, with a default initiative and AP values of 4. A command is a force that contains at least one leader. Multiple commands may be in a single space. The controlling player decides which SPs and units are assigned to each leader whenever he activates or otherwise moves a command during play. During action, one command's activation is completed before activating another command. Commands may move into enemy-occupied spaces. Leaderless forces may not. During an enemy turn, all inactive leaders and SPs defending in a space are a combined force. Exception. An inactive force that's garrisoning a fortress. Okay, yeah, so some of the troops can be inside the fortress and are not involved in the battle, while others can be outside. But that's kind of at the player's choice. Major and minor. A force that has more than 5 SPs is major, otherwise it's minor. A mixed force. If it includes SPs, units, and leaders from more than one power, there will be penalties. The nationality is determined by the player with the power with the most SPs for all purposes. If several powers have the same number of SPs in a mixed force, its nationality is determined by the nationality of the commander, the highest ranking leader present, whether or not he commands any of the troops. If there are several leaders of equivalent rank, the owning player must choose which is the commander. Multi-power forces must initially be formed with a leader of the same nationality as the majority nationality of SPs in the force, and you put a mixed force marker, which reduces their movement points, I guess. I don't know what that MP is, because there are no movement points. and MP is not a key term, nor is it just defined anywhere. It might be that it's supposed to be action points. Action points are, activation points, which are the points that a leader gives you when you activate him. Okay. Splitting a force whenever a player activates one of his forces or has one conduct an administrative march or administrative sea transport. He is never forced to have all his SPs and leaders in the space participate. He can choose to leave some behind, admin marches, or admin for future action. Leaders may detach from a force without restriction. No more than 6 SP may ever garrison a fortress, but otherwise there's no limit to how many can be in the space, including outside the walls of the fortress, which is why I'm kind of iffy about these army sizes. Multiple forces belonging to the same side may be present in a single space. Any number of leaders and depots may be present in a single space or fortress. Players can freely examine opposing stacks unless you're playing with a certain optional rule. Spanish Piedmont friction. If Piedmont's a Bourbon ally, Spanish SPs and leaders may never stack with Piedmont SPs and leaders. Such forces may move through each other but may not end movement or retreat into the same space, and that's because they have conflicting goals, even though they're allied against Austria together. Leaders command forces, enabling SPs and subordinate commanders to move and attack together. A force may have any number of army or corps leaders in it. There's 2 different types of leaders. Okay. Now this is why I get confused here. Because again, there's these army boxes. We'll see if they get defined somewhere soon. There are 2 different types of leaders. Army leaders have 1 or 2 stars. Each may move and attack with a force of up to 20 SPs. Corps leaders do not have stars. They can only command a force of up to 12 SPs. A 2-star army leader outranks a 1-star leader, who in turn outranks a leader with no stars. I think these armies allow you to expand the size, and 135 XP or SP is a lot. Senior leaders. Each power's highest ranked leader present in a force is its senior leader. If only one power has SPs present, its senior leader is the commander. If the commander of a mixed force is killed or leaves the space, such that the force now has no leaders of the majority SP in it, other powers' leaders may not make a normal activation of that force in its entirety. They can form smaller forces within normal limits of 3.12 for mixed force. Such forces may still make an admin activation and defend in combat as a whole. Subordinate leaders. Other leaders present in the same force as a senior leader are subordinates. Each subordinate increases the maximum allowable force strength of the force by his own capacity when moving or attacking. Okay. So there's a value to having extra leaders present. That makes sense. I still don't know. We're still not here. And I don't know if these actually apply to anything. I don't recall seeing them anywhere. Theater command requirements. In each of the 3 theaters, the largest force for each power at the start of the year must be commanded by a 2-star leader if available. If not, a 1-star leader, if any such leader has started or come in as a reinforcement and is still on the map. However, Prussians are exempt from this. Throughout each season, forces led by 2-star leaders must be maintained as the largest in each theater. If losses due to combat and or attrition temporarily reduce a 2-star force below that of other forces, the player must remedy the situation as soon as possible through activations, marches, leader movement, and or reducing the size of other forces. If you're in violation of this rule, you suffer a -2 AP penalty, not movement, not MP in this case, definitely AP, on all their activation until it's resolved. Army holding boxes. Here we go. This is all we got. Players may place all of a command's SP and subordinate leaders in an army holding box off map. Put the leaders' units in the box and put the box's corresponding army move marker under that leader. And we have instances of this. So for example, Frederick here has the main French army, which is the Prussian army here. It doesn't say main on it. And he's also got a depot there, which isn't going to be defined as part of the force ever. It moves on its own rules and whatnot. Okay. All forces in a holding box are considered to be in their leader's space at all times. Nothing to do with these. Okay? And these differ, right? So let's look at French. 135 SP, 135, 135, 135. Okay, that's cool. Let's look at... oh, no. All right. So that may be the maximum size that any French army could be in, assuming leaders and whatnot are in play. Because I'm not seeing anything in particular there. So like the Bourbon army here, though, has a mixture of maximums. All right? It's allowed to have 30 Spaniards, but these other forces as well, as a mixed force, which is kind of weird. And if we take a look, we have that here too. The Austrian army is allowed to have 16 Saxons, I think, in addition to the 120 here. These have no numbers. I don't know what that means. And again, I don't know what those numbers mean at all. But you gotta figure they had some purpose. Now, this may be something where an artifact of an older set of rules was in play. Maybe the one that's there. Maybe a set that predated anything that was published and ended up on the map. I don't know. We'll see. But it feels like they were trying to express something different with those. And like, I'm not expecting them to reprint the map if these just don't mean anything anymore. But I would expect them to have put a note in that those don't mean anything if they don't mean anything, and what they mean if they do mean something here. Not just ignore it. Given that this is the the revised edition as of December 2023. Okay. Leader counter replacements. Several leaders have two counters with different ranks and ratings. When setting up scenario, make sure the correct counter is placed in each case. So like Brown has a 0-star leader, but he can be improved back up to a 2-star leader by a particular event card. We have a number of these in play. Some of them are promotions, some of them are demotions, whatever. Monarchs, Louis the 15th and George the 2nd. So Louis is here with no stars. George is here with no stars. That means normally you could ignore them, right? Unless directed by event cards, the Louis and George leader counters reside in Paris and London respectively. If those spaces are entered by enemy, transfer the monarch to the nearest friendly space. If so displaced, award the enemy power an extra victory point. Now, we have two different victory point markers for each power. Well, Austria has more, which I don't know, like it has a -5 victory point and stuff like that, and I don't know what's up with that, but they have a total victory point marker and an event victory point marker. The event victory point marker, I think, is for things like this as well as for cards that generate victory points. The total victory point includes stuff that can be calculated on map. So it's kind of a cool functionality where you can track the victory points that you can't just, that you won't just forget, right? So if we had only one victory point marker, and there are event-based ones and ones that can be calculated on the map, you calculate the ones on the map and you're like, yeah, but I don't know. Did I screw something up? This is a useful mechanism because it allows me to keep track of the ones that are specifically called out as like you get +1 victory point from something like that. And then let's say I had 4 victory points on map, that would go up to 5, and now this isn't going to be reduced in and of itself, but, well, I got it the wrong way. But I can always calculate the total victory points as a differential from those by looking at what's on the map. And that way I can see because quite often when you're calculating victory points of what's on the map, you lose track, and that number ends up off skew. And if you're just using one victory point counter, it's not a very helpful thing. Yeah, it's very easy to get it fucked up, and there's no way to repair it. Here, we're finding an easy way, an easy little mechanism by using an extra counter to replace that. I like that. That's a nice little feature that I don't think, like, all games don't use that. I'm thinking here about coin games that could definitely gain, they could definitely utilize something like this just to keep track of what's going on. Where was I? Yeah. They cannot be killed except in battle. They're not considered starred commanders or commanders-in-chief except due to the play of the Louis must lead or George shall command cards. Placing new leaders whenever new leaders brought into play. His counter is placed with in any of his power's home spaces. This is a little weird because you have a requirement to put the largest force somewhere at the start of the year. I'm not sure that your forces are always in their home territory in winter quarters. I think they can be in winter quarters in enemy territory, and I'm a little disturbed by this. I think you should be able, because otherwise you're going to be at a disadvantage right away, where if somebody shows up somewhere in France, say, and has to march into Italy to take his command, where he had the whole, winter quarters period where he could have been transferred into there. I'm not happy with how that's worded, and I don't know that that's what is intended. Most games that handle this kind of thing allow a leader. Now, it is cheap to just move a leader, so at least there's that. So the disadvantage might be a very minor one, but it still is painful. You're paying a penalty for exchanging for a forced exchange of the leaders that you might have to make. All right, we're going to swap batteries, and then we'll get to the sequence of play, which, as we can see, is relatively big. All right, got myself some more coffee, lit my pipe, all kind of stuff here. Pipe won't stay lit very long. It's hard to talk with a pipe in my mouth. It's hard to hear me and understand me when I have a pipe in my mouth. All right. So, each season turn is broken down into phases. This is the basic breakdown, which is actually covered up there on the broadest, or the very higher level sequence of play. But this is the more detailed version that I'm going to need, at least, I think, to begin with. I may eventually just be able to use that as a reference instead. Again, there's a cleverness to this design layout of doing something like this. I feel like there's a lot of cool stuff going on. The game's got some neat little factors to it. Just component decisions and whatnot. That how badly the rules got messed up. I see nobody, like, there's 3 unboxing videos for a GMT game. That's kind of pathetic, and nothing else out there so far. So, I get the feeling that, sure, some people have fucked around and played with it, but not many people have tackled it. Nobody's tackled it on video yet. All right. The summer and fall campaign seasons are identical, include turns that are the heart of the game. The early and late winter allow a few very limited force movement and card play. Spring consists mainly of an administrative setup for the on-map play. Power order. It's organized as indicated there: Prussia, Austria, Bourbons, and then the British Allied. And again, Spain is supposed to be a player, but they're, I don't know, man. And we'll see. And then Russia goes last in any ordering, but they're not in that player order list. So that could be a confusing factor. Neutral powers cannot activate or move their forces. Now, this is an interesting thing. I don't think anybody starts the game at war. Now, the first card that the Prussians have to play is a surprise invasion of Silesia. So I'm guessing they go into war right away. Doesn't say anything about it there. But if I look at if I look at the setup, like I'm not seeing anything on that card that seems to indicate that the Prussians have become part of the war. If I look at setup here, the pragmatics, okay, Austria is neutral, and the Bourbons, Prussia is neutral. So I'm worried that something's missing, but it may just be that Prussia goes and seizes Silesia without declaring war. I don't know what, like, you can see we're already running into, wow, I'm not sure, like, this was at all prepared. Yeah. Now, Silesia is marked by these things. Different regions, like Bohemia, are present in there. This is helpful in terms of defining the locations, but it's kind of painful because these locations are each hidden under whatever's on top of them, because they're written on the space itself. So you can't actually necessarily see everything without shifting some counters. They're a design decision that is problematic, and maybe maybe something that surrounds the space could have been used there. I don't particularly find, again, Bavaria is colored and has white dashes, but is that particularly helpful to somebody who's, say, fully colorblind and sees everything in grayscales? I don't know. I don't live in that world. I do find, though, like Naples being slightly differentiated from this. Up here is Genoa. Now, they're not represented here, but they have this weird sort of red around them. Again, not clear to me. Okay. Modena also has its own coloration pattern here, but it's not represented on here. Is it just clear to the player? I don't know. Okay, let's go. Neutral powers cannot activate or move their forces, but may play cards for all other game purposes: diplomacy, intercepts, depot, buys, reinforcements, etc. I played another game not that long ago that I think was more of a Here I Stand type design. I don't remember what it was, like Time of Wars or something like that, an Eastern European Great Northern War era, I think. May have been earlier. I think it was earlier. It may have gotten as far as the Great Northern War, but yeah, that I think everybody started out neutral at the beginning of the game. But that was more of a diplomacy type game. This is one with two established factions and an act of utmost aggression on that first card, and that first card doesn't seem to generate a war from what I see. So I don't know. Control of Piedmont. The British player controls the Piedmont forces unless Piedmont is a Bourbon ally, in which case the French player controls them. And Piedmont is played during the British turn. Control of Spanish. The French Bavarian player may activate Spanish forces by playing any French strategy cards. But whenever he activates a Spanish force, here we go, it is controlled by the Prussian player, who determines where it moves, fights, battles, etc. The Prussian player also controls when Spanish forces will attempt to intercept, where they will retreat and withdraw to, where they will move into the winter quarters, and which XPs in them, or SPs in them, are eliminated by attrition and winter attrition. Some French strategy cards cannot be used to activate forces in Italy, where most Spanish SPs and forces will be found, while only forces in Italy may be placed by Bourbon cooperation event. A force is Spanish if its commander and or majority of the SP are Spanish. Now, what's kind of interesting here, let's take a look at some of the French cards. Some of them are blue, some of them are yellow. So far, we haven't seen an answer to that. Like, do I have to use the yellow points for Spaniards? What's up with the different colors? I don't know. Again, could be an artifact or something that's not supposed to be there, but the way this is written, it sounds like so far the French controls the points, can allocate them to Spanish units, and then the Prussian moves the units. Like if you activate a Spanish leader, that leader gets to do his actions under the Prussian player's control. And it has little or nothing to do with the coloration there. I'm not seeing, like, there's nothing in here that talks about there are cards that the French can't use. No, French Bavarian, let's see, the Prussian player. Some French strategy cards cannot be used to activate forces in Italy. Okay, so I would think that might be something like this, but none of it says that on it. These are just blue. Okay, so here they say use, so here, move Bavarian influence, blah, 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 blah. Use 5 CPs for bonus French Bavarian activation outside Italian theater. That sounds fine, but this sounds like, this looks like I can use the 3 activation instead. That would be free. And I look at this card, and it looks like I have 3 points. They're yellow colored instead of blue for no apparent reason. And maybe we'll come to something, but I don't remember any such rule, and have an event that's based more in Spain. And again, you know, like the text on here is yellow as if it's... What may have happened was there may have been front cards that were mixed in with the Prussia deck, and Prussia-Spain had their own deck of cards. And then it was decided to make it into a France-Spain deck of cards, and they kept that color. The idea there being that Prussia-Spain as a player maybe had, you know, too much restriction by the cards they have, but now giving France control over what Spain is allowed to do, but the Spain-Prussia player, the option of how to use those points when they're assigned to them. It's just, there's something very weird going on here. And it's not well described, unfortunately, from what I've seen so far. Okay. There is a section on it, but the French-Prussian Spanish players' cooperation and coordination is a game mechanism that's intended to model historical monarchies' cooperation. It also gives the Prussian player an important role to play when his own nation is not at war, which is a large part of the historical period. Because Prussia goes in, seizes Silesia, and, I don't know, is out of the game about halfway through the game. So... yeah. Okay. Then we hit spring, admin reinforcement segment. All powers receive and place reinforcement SPs. 18.11. We'll see what those are designated as. From their spring reinforcement boxes located on their player map. Over here. None start there. We shall see. This includes SPs placed due to event card play and Kingdom Resources subsidy SP listed on any of those markers in the boxes. Only the Austrians and Prussians get reinforcements in spring 1741. Again, we're starting in early winter of 1740. Late winter is 1741. So we only get like one of these boxes, basically, or two of these boxes here that are going to be in play. And that's where I am corresponding there. But you don't know? Yeah. But anyway, so we're in a situation where Prussia and Austria are going to, I guess, be at war, but so far I've got nothing that indicates that they're going to be. We talked about this. Why are you harping on it? I don't know. Redeployment segment. Each belligerent power can redeploy all of its leaders and up to 5 SP total freely between spaces that belong to that power and are occupied by at least one friendly SP or depot. Now again, this is weird because the leader placement is in the power's home spaces, but you're allowed to redeploy anywhere. Now, when do you get your leaders? Yeah, so this is kind of fucked up because you may get your leaders in the late winter or whatever, and then you'd be able to deploy them immediately for free. Any leaders in up to 5 SP totals, including minor allied SPs, freely between spaces that belong to that power and are occupied by at least one friendly SP or depot. What does belong to mean? I don't know if that's defined, like belong. That's not clearly defined. I would think held is good enough, but I'm not sure. Each leader in SP may redeploy individually. They do not have to begin or end in the same spaces. They don't actually move. They're picked up from one space and placed in another. They may do this even if enemy forces occupy every possible movement path between the two spaces. And since it's not movement, it cannot be intercepted or interrupted. However, you cannot redeploy into or from a besieged or blockaded friendly fortress. And this is skipped in spring of 41. The first one. British leaders and SPs may redeploy between spaces in Britain and Hanover, and likewise Spanish leaders and SPs can redeploy between Spain and the Kingdom of Naples. There's a little tiny bit of Spain on the board. It's not really a theater in the game. It's just really, like with England, a place to be. Although England is part of the game, so, because of the 45. They may do this even if it involves crossing a sea. No fleet sortie card is required and no intercept is possible. After its completed redeployment, each belligerent power only may then perform one free admin march, which cannot be intercepted. A leader or SP that is just redeployed cannot participate in this admin march. The British can choose an admin sea transport instead. Draw segment. If you're in the right turn, you add more cards to the deck. Discards are not shuffled in this case. That's quite often the case in CDGs. Then Prussia draws 10, Austria and Britain 12 each, and France 13 strategy cards. A player who is still neutral can still draw cards. No power's hand can exceed 12 cards, so the owning player immediately selects which cards to discard in order to trim their hand to a dozen cards. The draw segment is skipped in spring of 1741. We all have full hands. Well, actually we don't. The Prussians, I think, have a 10-card hand, and I think the French have a 13-card hand. Since the draw phase is skipped, the French are allowed to be overstacked for that one turn. Interesting. Fortunes of War chit placement. So there are 3 Fortune of War chits, and they will be randomized and placed in these 3 spaces. And like I said, they're the attrition, the treasure fleet, and then the random events chit. And the random events are kind of timed events by the year. Army and Fleet Sustain. Players, even if neutral, must discard the following number of cards for generally Army and Fleet Sustainment cards. French and Austrians have to discard 2. Now this happens after you've dropped down to 12 cards. Note that. Prussian, Spanish, and British, any 1 card. Then you're allowed to play a card. Each power can play 1 card as an event and enact its effects of that event. Then we hit the spring FOW segment, where you flip that card and enact whatever that event says. Summer and fall campaign. This is the meat of the game. They're identical. First power turn. Designate the active player by moving the current power marker to the appropriate box on the player order track. The active player then does the following in the strict order listed for it and its clients if they are belligerent. I don't know what you do if you're not. Guess nothing. I don't know. Initial supply. May buy up to 3 depots. The French player has to discard 2 strategy cards per depot. All other players only discard 1. Depots may either be placed on the map immediately or placed on that player's power mat for future use. Okay, so these are available, like you don't have to discard to place those. I thought you had to discard to place those. This is why reading the rules is important. I read it once, I know part of it, but I may be wrong. You can deploy any bought or saved depots on the map in any non-enemy occupied space that can trace a supply line of 2 APs, action points, or less to a friendly fortress or another depot. Depots can be saved on the player mats instead, but Spanish ones can only be placed in the Italian theater. Then you check supply for each major force and place or increase the SS markers on those that can't trace a supply path. Then you move any friendly depots on the map up to 2 spaces, not APs, per movement rolls. Now this is all very interesting. As far as I remember, all of these different paths cost 1 AP to move, which is kind of weird why there's a distinction there. The additional cost comes from enemy activity being present. You may be able to pass through enemy activity is what that may be saying. Or not. Or maybe it's an artifact of something where, like most of these games, there's a higher cost for moving over the mountains. Again, I may be mistaken. That's my memory of what it was that everything cost 1. The mountains and the alpines just imposed additional restrictions on you. Battery charger down there is such a weird thing. The camera is working fine charging it up, although one of the power cords doesn't connect properly all the time. But that charger, in this particular case, I couldn't sink it all the way into the plug. If I sunk it all the way into the plug, it became a lot more iffy and stopped charging. So it's not simply a matter of like the connections getting dirty or whatever. Now, cleaning the connections seemed to help them, but it's like you just have to get it just per. Oh, no, it turned green for a moment there, I think. Yeah, there we go. Okay, well, I don't know what's going on there. That could be anything, but it's like if I pushed it all the way into the plug, it did not work before, and now it's working sort of a little better, not really. But it's like, I don't know. And, you know, it's this like, yeah, there, it's fucked up again. It's this thing that, you know, there's an internal piece that you have to, that slides in here. I'll show you what this thing is like. So, battery comes out fine. There's this thing, and these I clean sometimes, not often, at a viewer's suggestion. Now I'm gonna have to put it back together, but it's like I feel like something in the way it's constructed is just bad. And it's got this little folding plug, and it's just like, it feels like I have to go through all this alchemy to get it to charge properly. Pipe some more coffee and let's get going. It seems to be working fine now. Yeah. So where are we? Spring FOW. You flip the FOW. I thought we had done that already. Yeah. All right, yeah, we're here. Initial supply. You buy the depots, you can place them, you check supply, and then you can move them. Campaign card. The active player can play one card for campaign points to activate forces, or one card as an event. Their choice. Standard choice that usually happens again and again in a CDG. In this one, there's a favoritism towards events, which we'll see, which may mitigate some of my worries, right? So some of my worries were that players, would generally are put into this choice between playing a card for an event or points. There's a fair amount of cards that are being used only for events at various times in the game. This is one place where you have the choice, but if you're a belligerent, and this is one of the questions, because here it says, the active player then performs these actions if they are belligerent, which to me means they don't get to play their card for an event unless they're a belligerent in the war. And nobody is at the beginning. If the card is played for campaign points, the active player may use the CPs for the following purposes. Oh, here we go. Bonus activation can occur even if the card is played as an event rather than for campaign points. Yeah. Hostile players can play fleet sortie cards to intercept the active player's fleet sortie. They can also play other intercept cards. Activate one or more commands by expending CPs equal to the commander. So you can use the command points as follows. You can spend points equal to the commander's initiative, and that will then generate a number of activation points for whatever his command is to do stuff. Conduct admin marches, which cost 1 CP each. These can be conducted once per campaign card at no cost in CPs, even if no card is played. Have one minor force conduct an admin force with an allowance of 4. It's a force, so it could be including the leader. Move a leader who has not already been moved for free in the current season. Well, what? Moved for free? What allowed me to move them for free in this season? Let's look, because there was nothing in the rules that seemed to, there was nothing so far that seemed to allow me to move a unit for free. Free leader move. Okay, this is what we're seeing here. So they're saying 8.6, move one leader. You're allowed to do these once per campaign card segment at no cost. Free leader move by land, free leader move by sea. These both appear to be covered by what this is. Who has not been moved for free in the current season. I don't know what's going to allow me otherwise to move it for free. There's nothing earlier than this that allowed me to, and I'm only allowed to do each of these once per campaign card segment. Are there multiple campaign card segments? Not really. I get one card as far as I can see per season. Austrian player only. Place and or remove C/H markers or move them independently on a map to a total of 2. Okay? And the commenting leaves that in kind of an ambiguous state, but I'm going to say the whole thing is to a total of 2, but maybe I'm wrong. You may also pass on playing a card in any campaign card segment or event card phase. It's not mandatory to play a card. And in fact, if you're not belligerent, I don't think you're allowed to. So, okay. Rally segment. All worn and or demoralized forces belonging to the active player rally to good order. Okay. And final supply stag. Is demoralized on the other side of worn? We saw worn. The other side is worse worn. I don't think there are markers for demoralization. Oh, yes there are. On the back side of a leader is their demoralized value. Good enough, good enough. Okay, forgot about that. I don't know if there's a way of marking a demoralized force that's not got a leader, though. That is something that I think is actually just missing from the game, counter-wise. Is it possible? Maybe only the leader can be demoralized. Yeah, but who's leading that force? I don't know. Final supply segment. Check supply paths for all major forces. Place or increase short supply markers on those that cannot trace a supply path. And finally, remove a number of SPs from each major force that possesses a short supply marker equal to the value of that marker. Now, we had an initial supply phase where we had to check supply, and we got short supply markers go up. We have a chance to fix that, and then they go up again, and we get penalized. we take losses. Then other player turn. Move the current power marker to the next power's box, and there's no Russia box, but we can pretend. And then repeat those steps for each power. Then we go to the event card phase. In power order, each player may play one card as an event and enact its effects. However, no forces can be activated. Okay? So you get to play one card if you're belligerent to either campaign or event, and then you get, after everybody's gone, each player gets a chance to play an event as well. So now we're at 2 cards per turn, maybe, per season. Turns, I don't know what a turn is. Okay. Fog of War. You flip the Fog of War for that the summer fall. That's what it is. Yeah, summer fall campaign. And then end phase, you move the season marker to the next box on the turn track, up there. I'm gonna again be using this more extended one, at least at first. Remove from the map all C/H markers that are not stacked with Austrian forces and place them in the CH box. This is where they go. Remove all guerrilla markers. Okay, early winter campaign. Players may not activate any forces except by playing events that allow bonus activations in early winter. Those will have to be specified. Otherwise, early winter seasons are generally resolved like summer and fall, though there are differences. First, there's a winter quarters phase. All land forces not in the same space as a friendly depot fortress square space, e.g. Hungary, Croatia. That's this here. Okay. Yeah. They're just, I think that's the only one. Okay. Or port in the Italian theater must move 2 action points towards such a space. Major forces that cannot reach such a space suffer winter attrition. Minor forces can remain in place if desired. Okay. I'm not sure that that could be worded. Like, it's a little confusing the way it's worded, but it may be the only way to do it without expending a lot of words. Saved resources recruiting phase. Players can discard unused cards to buy reinforcement SPs or depots. 1 SP or depot is received per discard, except that the French player must, as usual, discard 2 cards to buy a depot. Players can discard up to 3 cards for France and Britain, and 1 apiece for Spain, Prussia, and Austria. SPs and depots are placed in the appropriate spring reinforcement boxes. I don't know what the purchasing power of a discard is, but it seems pretty big to throw a card away if you're getting like 1 SP for it, which is what it sounds like. Yeah, one SP or depot is received per discard. Yeah, especially if you're getting infantry with it. You'd better really need them. The active player, first power turn, the active player performs the following actions in strict order for the active power and its clients if they are belligerent, just like spring, summer and fall. First, a supply phase, same as the earlier one. The Austrians place and remove CH markers or move CH markers independently on the map up to 2. Now, normally that happens in the campaign card segment. It's been shifted up to the supply segment in this case. Then a campaign card segment. Play one event that allows bonus activations in early winter. No other events of any kind can be played. No cards may be played for CPs, and no free minor force admin marches can occur. Surprise invasion is played in this phase, so we can see it here. 4 CPs for PR bonus activations. 1 force must move into Silesia if besieged. Glogau surrenders at the end of the turn, regardless of any actual siege results. All activated forces must move into or take possession of a friendly fortress by end of turn and suffer 10% attrition. Okay. Not sure entirely how to interpret that. This is one problem I have with CDGs, is there tends to be not enough space on the cards to give really accurate rules for complex cards. Something I've complained about in others. All right, where are we here? That was the campaign card. Then a rally segment, which is the same as before. And then a winter quarters evicted. Enemy forces that are evicted from enemy quarters get 2 free AP towards the winter quarters, and they may suffer attrition. I think the attrition is if they don't make it, just like before. Repeat these steps for all other players. Then you get an event card phase where everybody can play an event. Presumably these event cards don't cause activations. Forces can never be activated in this phase. Then an end phase, which is the same as before. You remove the CH markers, etc., and the guerrillas. All right, late winter campaign. In this season, players may not activate any forces except by playing events that allow bonus activation in late winter. Otherwise, late winter seasons are generally resolved like summer and fall, with differences. First, there's the New Year phase. You advance the year to the next year and remove all Fortunes of Warchit and any others from the turn track. Okay? Place any leaders on the turn track in any same-powered controlled spaces. All right, leaders aren't on the turn track, but at least not yet. Maybe they get injured and show up there. There are leaders there. Now, there was a discussion of placing new leaders somewhere, which is over here, but I'm assuming that those guys, when the year changes, show up here. But again, demote the French leader Conti till his 1-star counter in 1746. Great. Yeah, that's one of the things over there. Deploy fleet sections. We don't know what happens with that. We've got some deployed to begin with. I don't know what that's going to resolve. 6.10. I guess that's 6.10. So this is an opportunity to build fleet sections, which deploy doesn't sound quite right to me, but whatever. 6.10. They can discard these once strategy card per year in order to build them. These do not count. The new French are placed in the next year's space on the year track. Okay. Okay, so there's some time when you're allowed to throw these down. French player may discard cards, 3+ cards. When is this done? The building fleet sections? I don't know. We haven't hit that yet. Maybe it happens in the spring? Oh. Army and Fleet Sustain. No. No, no, no. Reinforcements. They replace reinforcements. This includes. No, no, no. Don't know when we do it. We may build them here and they show up for the next year. At this point, this is the only thing that I can kind of get, because otherwise I can't find a place when this happens. So, yeah, I don't know, maybe. Because they don't tell you when you do it. Fleet build card discards can be made either as the event during an event phase or as one additional discard in the French during the saved resources recruiting phase. Well, that's not this. Saved resources recruiting. Well, that's back here in early winter. Players may discard up to 3 cards from these. Yeah, they don't say that you can do this for fleets. I am going to have to grab a pencil and mark that in. And again, this is the replacement rules, okay? This is not the original rules the game came with. I don't know how many problems are in there. I actually don't feel like there's a hell of a lot. So I think these blue things are probably where there's differences. Let me check that out. I think they're the indications of differences between the rules, and there aren't a hell of a lot of them. There's enough that, yeah, I guess I can see why they had to rewrite it, but they by no means caught all the problems. So thank goodness this is real paper, because I'm able to write something down there. This is about the best that I could do with the same pencil without, like, basically cutting the paper to get to whatever's behind it. I don't know how well that would work. I guess, yeah, this creates a dent in the paper. That's not too terrible. Would it be erasable? I don't know. Not with this eraser, but this is not the best of erasers. Anyway, it's possible you could have written on the old glossy paper, but it's so much easier, and I just know that I can write on real paper. So I'm very glad that the reprint is on real paper instead of this shit. So here's what the blue is. Here we can take a look at a couple of comparisons. Here they changed the rule. Here it was place or remove 2 CH markers, and instead it's place or remove 2 CH markers or move them independently on the map up to a total of 2. I think it's clear that the 2 applies to both when you look at that comparison there, but also that they just extended it a little bit, allowing this extra movement capability instead of just removing them from the board. And then they added this pass on playing a card in any campaign segment or event card phase. It is not mandatory to play a card. That was added completely. So it's clear that that is indeed rules that have been changed, which is what I suspected. Here's the problem. I'm allowed to do this here, but I'm also allowed to do it in every single event card phase. So I'm going to have to write this there. I don't know if I have to write it in the other event card phase, because that refers me back to that rule. But I think I can do it up here, and that doesn't refer me back to a rule. So I've got to put a 6.10 there as well. And you can just see, you know, how much easier this is. To get this kind of darkness on that other crap paper, I have to really kind of push, and I just, obviously it's not just going to wipe off. There's a question of whether it would erase at all, even with a good eraser. I know I've had some where I basically have to carve into the paper and it doesn't erase. That didn't feel like I had to carve as deeply, so who knows. All right, we are going to try to figure out where we are. We're going to pause for a moment so I can put that old rule book back. I had to mark them I have old written on all kind of components to remind me not to use those. I did have some problem with the amount of replacements that were involved. You know, if it's just a rule book or a playbook, that's pretty easy to do. But all these different play aids had replacements for them, and they're not marked in any way. So you have two things that really kind of look the same. And it's very easy to maybe have picked the wrong ones. I wish they had put something to indicate that it was that this is the newer version. You know, here they have it, version 2. Excellent, excellent. They did that. But they didn't do it here, so does that mean I have the wrong thing there? Not necessarily. I think that one only had one. But maybe I'm wrong with this then. And then I look at these, and these also, this says version 2, that's cool. This says version 2. I'm going to have to make sure that I have the right one of these. I may have put the wrong one in place. But then the cards also don't say version 2 on them. And I might have, you know, put a wrong card in the deck. One of the old cards instead of one of the new cards. And I got basically no way of knowing. Yeah, neither of these say version 2 on them. I'm not sure that I see much difference between them. One of the key things that was different is this leader, Legionnaire here. He's supposedly misspelled, and there are accounts that have Legionnaire, but unfortunately it's Legionnaire on both leader arrival charts. And again, maybe I fucked up the counters, but that's really hard to fuck up because I had unclipped counters and clipped counters, and I threw the clipped counters, you know, into, not the bag, but into something that was going into the bag, and then clipped the counters and replaced. So that wouldn't happen. This says 2022 GMT, this says 2023. Ah, it says version 2, yay! Excellent. So I know I got the right one there. I'm not positive with cards whether or not I got them right. Whatever. I praise GMT for the replacement. I do have to say, one of the things that held me back from playing this was the amount of... I could tell there was a huge amount of stuff that needed to be replaced. So, whatever they're doing, man, in terms of quality control and whatnot, they've got to fix it. They've got to fix it. Where they're getting counters back printed wrong, I mean, some of this, look, this game I think was just an unmitigated disaster in terms of when it rolled out the door. It was not ready, and that was clear. But some of it, the proofing of the counters and stuff like that, man, they've got to figure out a way around that, because it's not reasonable. I mean, it's not reasonable for them to pay it, but it definitely isn't reasonable for them to pass the cost on and say, hey, you want the stuff we intended to give you? Give us a, you know, you're just covering the cost, but it's their fuck up, man, you know? All right. Let's finish up the sequence of play, and then we'll pause. And I don't know, because I need a rest. All right, where were we? We were at the boats. Okay, supply segment. Place and remove CH markers or move CH markers independently on the map to a total of 2. Same as before. It's happening here in supply, though. You know it's not? Oh, no, we're doing the supply segment first. Then we do that. Okay. I think we caught this already. Looks the same as this one, actually. So, yeah, okay. Then play one event that allows bonus activation in late winter. No other events of any kind can be played, and no cards may be played for CPs, and no free minor force admin markers can occur. Note the one up here also prevented you from playing any other kind of events. So, yeah. So there's less events than I thought. No other events of any kind can be played. So this is the same as the early winter. Rally segment, same as before. Winter quarters evicted, same as before. Then each player goes through those 5 steps. Then we go to the depot, and you're probably not doing anything except for supplying. If you're not in supply during the winter, that's going to really hurt you. There's no question. All depots are removed from the map. Depots on players' maps may be retained. Exception in late winter 1741, the depots are not removed from the map because the game has just been set up. When did I get to place my depots? Good question. I was able to place them during the summer and fall campaign. Was I able to place them back here during spring? I don't see anything, but I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't think so. I wouldn't really need to. Okay. Holy Roman Empire status check phase. Award 1 VP to France if King Charles VII is currently the Holy Roman Emperor. We don't know how he becomes that. And then there's no late winter events phase. So here, so here's the thing. You could play an event for activation here, but then there was also an event card phase. So you could actually play 2 events in the early winter. Late winter, there's no freebie event phase. Yeah, that fits what I thought it was, and I was getting confused by the you can't play one if it doesn't have that yet, but it kind of makes sense. All right, we're gonna pause there. I got 2 batteries charging already and 1 that needs to be charged, so it's gonna be a while. I don't know what I'll do. Probably watch some videos or something, because I can't do raid yet. But hey, we made it through 8 of the pages of the rules. What were there, like 28? So, we're close to a third of the way. Okay, back down for a little bit more. Not too much. So Clash of Sovereigns, historical events are generally simulated by the play of strategy cards. That's unfortunate in my view, but again, we're not sure how much that is going to affect things because the particular cards, first of all, players have most of the cards, so they have the opportunity to play them, but also they have a lot of chances to play events as opposed to playing cards for their points. I still don't like the trade-off, but at the very least, we'll see what the cards are like when they come out. But anyway, we've got these Fog of War, Fortunes of War, I'm sorry, counters, which will be in these 3 locations, essentially, and will trigger each year. So you have 3 counters, and they happen 3 times a year. They each happen once a year. So attrition, when that's revealed, you check supply of every major force on the map and place or increase short supply markers for anything that can't trace a supply path. This is in addition to the normal supply check. So you have kind of a random one in here in addition. Then you remove 20% of the SP of all major forces in Italy and 10% for those outside Italy. Rounding, right. Every 4th SP lost has to be a cav. A demoralized force loses an additional SP. A force that's short supply loses a number of additional SP equal to the short supply marker. There's something weird that happens here, and this is with all supply events, but I'll talk about that in a moment. If a mixed force gets attrition, the owning player can freely choose the nationality that's removed. Now, the weird thing here is, if I have a size 6 force, right, that's in a lot of short supply or whatever, I could end up basically disappearing. Whereas if I had a size 5 force, it could not possibly be in short supply, and it wouldn't check at all. So there's kind of this, geez, that feels weird. Okay, you have control over this. You can drop off a force or whatever. I think once a force becomes... So first of all, you're only worrying about the supply state of units that are... Well, see, this is weird. Because you're checking the supply state of major forces on the map, placing and increasing the markers, then remove... Yeah, for major forces, etc. But smaller forces that are carrying these short supplies could really disintegrate completely in a way, like, they don't lose the short supply by becoming minor forces, even though they would have never accumulated them. And there's reasons for that. Don't get me wrong with that, but there feels like there's something where the supplies, you could be boned in really unexpected ways if you're not careful. Okay, the treasure voyage. When the treasure fleet shit is revealed, the French player can attempt a treasure voyage if he has at least one fleet section in the Atlantic Fleets box and plays a fleet sortie card or a fleet sortie marker. If he decides not to do so, nothing happens. If he attempts a treasure voyage, the British player can try to intercept it. If the interception succeeds, naval combat happens. Depending on whether or not the interception succeeds in the outcome of the combat, up to 20 SPs can be placed in the French spring reinforcement box. Naval interception and naval combat tables are on the player aid card. There's not a lot of information there. There's this up to 20. That's not covered by the naval interception and naval combat card. Wouldn't think it would be. I guess I can just put 20 in there or some lower number. There doesn't seem to be a limitation on what type of units that I put there. There are some manpower limitations, which I haven't gotten to yet, and I think I should have. I feel like they were earlier in the rules, but I don't remember seeing them. Which are very blurry and vague feeling, at least in my recollection. We shall see what they come to. But as far as I can tell, if I have enough total army capacity, I should be able to place it. Now that may be what this 135 SP maximum 25 cav is actually meaning. That is the total maximum size of the French army. Maybe. Because I don't recall anywhere in the rules where it told me anything like that. And here we have max total army size, 130 SP, 25 cav. Which leads me to believe that that is actually the value. It's weird that it's presented in every army box, whatever. Is it the same everywhere? So, for example, the Saxons have 16 here, 16 here. Why are the Saxons in the German army? Is that the only army they're allowed to be in? Again, a lot of vagary around that, but I think, looking at the player aid card, looking at this, I think that's supposed to be the maximum size of that army. How do you keep track of what you have on the board? Well, I guess you paw through everything and count it up. There's no tracking for this, which is a pity. But I feel like we did learn something, which is that this value, which is repeated on the player aid cards, is probably the limitation to how many forces you're allowed to have. Which is, again, as I recall, not mentioned in the rules. Okay, and finally there's the Fortunes of Power. When this chit is revealed, consult the Fortunes of War table to determine which events will or may occur in the current year. Some events only occur on a die roll. Might have different effects on the die roll. If it says auto, it automatically occurs. And you read the events off the table and see what happens. And that's this table. Every year has its own events. Great. You know, the game will end in 1748. You don't know which turn it's going to end on. Okay, strategy cards. Each player has their own deck of cards. Early war cards with an asterisk on them are automatically in the starting hand. Yeah. Wider and later event cards are added in 1743 and 1746. They're shuffled into the existing draw pile. Discard pile is not shuffled in. Piedmont strategy. Certain cards in the British deck have a light blue seal and title. Let's take a look at whether we got any in here. Yeah, they're not there yet. Piedmont shouldn't be in the war yet. But like with the Spanish and French ones, there's a distinguishment there. There's no mention of the Spanish and French ones, but again, if Piedmont becomes a Bourbon ally, all such cards are transferred to the French player's hand. All such cards in the British player's hand are transferred to the French player's hand, and all remaining cards are shuffled into their deck or set aside later. The French player just has to live with this. The fact the backs are different. During each draw segment, each player draws cards for each power from the top of its own face-down draw pile. As cards are played, they're placed in their own face-up discard pile, which can be freely inspected. If the draw pile runs out, reshuffle the discard to form. Cards may be saved from one year to the next. Players draw a specified number of cards, but then must immediately discard cards down to a maximum hand size of 12. Now, I believe the French start with 13 cards in the first turn of the game. At some point or another, they're going to have to discard one, but they may not be forced to. They may have the opportunity to play a card before they're forced to, by the way the sequence of play works. The way things are worded so far, I don't think cards are removed from the game. I think you mark this thing up, and yeah, I mean, I'll make a photocopy of this. You mark this thing up for events that have been played, and they just can't be replayed. That's the so far feeling of it, which is different from most CDGs. Most CDGs have a sort of, hey, do I want to discard this card or not? We'll see if that's the case. They certainly remove permanently from the game all such cards played for... yeah, okay, so it works like normal CDGs. I forget what I said. The way this is worded, it led me to believe that no matter what, when you play a card, it's discarded. No. Yes, that's how it is. No. No matter what, if you play an event for use once only, it does remove the card from the game. So there's going to be that kind of gamey decision of, and it may not be gamey. There's going to be this decision of, do I want this event, which may have cost a lot of resources and may cost me resources in the future. Strategy cards can be played in 7 different ways as listed below. A card must be revealed when played and can only be used in one way, but it can be used differently each time it's played. Army Fleet Sustain. You're discarding cards because you have forces. You just have to. Each turn, throw away a couple of cards. Or each time that comes up, which is, I think, once a year. Campaign points. This is what you use for the normal movement activities and whatnot. Events. You play the card as an event. By depot. You discard a card to get a depot. French discard 2. Fleet builds. That's the thing we were talking about. You discard a card and get 2-point fleet at certain points in the game. Saved resources recruiting. I don't know what the hell that is. It's already come through the rules. I think this included the fleet thing, but it may include something else that the name just isn't helping me with. They say 4.3.2. 4.3.2. Discard units, yeah, for SPs or depots. Yeah, so you can discard a card to get an SP, which seems like shit to me. Depots, whatever. It's the same cost as normal, and this is also where the ships can be built as one of the things. And it's interrupts, which is essentially events that have the interrupt capability. During the power turn of summer and fall campaign season, each player can play a card for campaign points or as an event, plus additional cards to play to buy up to 3 depots. Now, here it says each player. Back in the sequence of play, it said each belligerent player. I'm going with the belligerent, but I'm left with the what do they mean? Why not put the restriction everywhere where it is? Because here's the thing. I might be looking up in the sequence of play for how to do it, or I might be looking in here. And if I see different results, I might come with different restrictions based on just, where I'm looking at a particular time to try to figure out, if I remember both these rules exist, or if I only remember one of these rules, I may only go to the one, and then I may remember the other one out at another time, or be looking at the sequence of play, working my way through. And I'm just saying, if you're going to say something, say enough that it tells me the whole thing, right? Or at least gives me a reference isn't good enough when it's something that small. Each player can play one event card per event phase. An interrupt card, one that has the INT code. Well, we looked through one group. I'm trying to see. So I've got this weird thing. That's got something to do with ships. I'm looking for something that says int on it very clearly. Ah, there it is. Okay. Maybe we had one with the Austrians. Maybe I just wasn't looking in the right place. Yeah. I just didn't notice it. Now I know where it is. That's helpful. When I was looking over here at the description of the cards, nowhere does it say int. Here it says int, and it doesn't point to it. But there it is. Right up there. That's a lot to ask of somebody. I mean, my eyes can't see it on there. They can barely see it on the normal cards because the cards are very, very cluttered. Very cluttered, pictures, all kind of shit on them, all kind of coloration and everything. I'm finding it difficult to assess all the information they're trying to put, especially, when there's like a ghost ship down here. Boy. But yeah, I was bothered because I looked through a pile of cards expecting to see some interrupts. I did not see any, and they were there. So again, some of the design considerations in this one, certainly with regard to the cards, are problematic. At least they're not using crazy fucking typeface. Like, there was a real... I just played Piacenza, and the typeface on the player aid card was so annoying that I could not process it at all. I don't know why. Really kind of block letters, and I don't know. Just was unreadable to me for whatever reason. Anyway, here we go here. All the conditions for a specific event must be met in full the instant it's played. Interrupted events generally allow a player to do something that benefits his power, or to cancel and impede another player. Battle cards. Up to 2 battle cards can be played to modify die rolls when resolving a major battle. Did we have battle cards here? I feel like we did, but I'm not sure. Yeah. This is cards with the code battle. Now, I would expect battle cards to have the code in the same place that the interrupts do, but no, they have it up here. And yeah, that's problematic. You wanna have people's brain and eyes going to the same place, right? Maybe there's things that are both. I don't know. Bonus activation. Some events provide a bonus activation. These are normally enacted in the next summer or fall campaign season in which they're eligible, unless otherwise indicated. They're in addition to activations gained by CP card play. Bonus activation markers are provided for placements on a force to mark its activation as different from any paid for normally with CPs. We saw these counters over here. Pragmatic bonus activation on the other side. There will be a Bourbon bonus activation. And the physicality of moving and finding the counter and everything, I know it probably is disturbing to you, but it is helpful to me. And the fact that I'm reading the rules aloud while I'm doing these things, it all reinforces, and I'm hoping that more will stick in my brain by doing all this. Anyway, campaign points. Each card's CP value can be used to activate commands, make admin marches, or perform CH raids for units of that power or any of its allies. I don't know what to do with this. I keep trying to put it there underneath, but... or any of its allies unless specific restrictions are listed on the card. Several dual-value CP cards are labeled Remove if played for X CPs. Okay. There are ones... now I need this as a bookmark because I wanted to see if I had one. I don't see a picture of one. There are ones that have 2 numbers on them and then have instructions about that second number. If played for this larger number of CPs, the cards are then permanently removed from the game. It's not necessarily to play a Piedmont color card in order to activate Piedmont forces or have them conduct admin marches. They can also do so by playing any allied player cards for CPs. Okay, weird. I don't have the Piedmont cards, but that seems to imply something about the yellow-blue cards that the French have. So far, though, nothing talked about in it. And also, it is not necessary to play a Piedmont card. I feel like I need to dig in to the British cards and look to see if I can find a Piedmont card to see if it says anything like you can't play Brits on this. Here's a Piedmont colored card, and if I read it, nowhere does it say anything about it not being able to play British cards. This makes this note really strange, right? Have we missed something? There's nothing here. So each card CP can activate commands, make admin marches for units, blah, 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 for units of that power or any of its allies unless specific restrictions are listed on the card. I'm getting the feeling that the color on the card means nothing. Like the color of the little coin on it. There doesn't seem to be any impact This appears to be part of the event, the requirements of the event, and again, there's a 1-point thing here, and there doesn't appear to be any restrictions on that. Are rules being left out? Again, this is the expanded, corrected rule set. I don't know. I don't know, man. Beginning to see why, nobody's done a video on this or whatever. You really think that it just never got fixed, despite GMT's best efforts of putting something out. And again, the designer. Here's another thing about the game. So I often complain about a game because it has no developer, or it has like a design developer pairing. What does this one have? Yeah, I'm trying to look for it. Somewhere it's got it listed, because I know I saw it. I don't know. I don't know where the fuck it is. I found a list. I found everything presented. Here we go, credits. Yeah, so we've got a designer, a primary developer, additional developers. There's 3 more people involved in it. I don't know what all that means. Primary developer may have been the final person to take the development task. These others may have, this thing was being worked on for 12 years. But if there was, actually a committee of developers, boy, that sounds scary, man. I think it's necessary to have a designer and a developer. I don't mind if there's if those are truly subordinate developers or prior developers and somebody at the end was making the final calls. But if it was a situation where it was largely done by committee, or the tasks were split up and there was no one person who really, really oversaw the whole process, that would be really problematic. And I can see all kind of scenarios that run in my head with that. The main blame I look at here, though, is probably the designer, because he's really, if you read the designer's notes, it sounds like he's almost apologizing for this game. It really does. At least that's the tone that I got from it. Of course, I had already read through I had read through the rules already and said, there's a lot of stuff in here, even in this corrected version, that I have questions about, and that doesn't feel like it's hitting, on all cylinders or whatever. But yeah, it really feels like there was kind of this, fine, let's just get this printed and published. I think it would have been better to cancel it. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, if there's a good game in here, if I can find something playable, I'm glad to have it, because there was one other. So I mentioned a few games. That I kind of have that cover this period. Europa Universalis covers the period, but it's just one of the tiny battle scenarios, really, a single war scenario. So it's not going to be a very big event. But I had forgotten. I have. I'm trying to remember. No Peace Without Spain system had one and it's called a Pragmatic War or something like that. And I did cover that and play it. I'm beginning to grow more and more fond of that system as time goes on. That may actually be a more pleasant solution than what this is beginning to look like, which is such a shame, because Clash of Monarchs is really sort of, to me, was just sort of a gold standard amongst CDGs. For a certain, it did stuff that nothing else is doing, but yeah, I just had the feeling that at some point or another there should have just been the decision: look, we got to cancel this, instead of trying to roll it out the door or whatever. And that's a position that a developer has to make at some point or another. Is, yeah, we're not able to put something out that's reasonable. Certainly, GMT did not make a lot of money off this sucker, with having to reissue another rule book and everything off of it. And it's not going to win them any favors when the reissue is still an unplayable game, if that's what we come to. And it feels like it's flawed enough so far. And the reaction to it is not good. It's got like a 6.1. Clash of Monarchs is like above an 8, I think. I don't know, over on BGG. It is not a well-received game. Now, of course, a lot of the reaction might be to that first, when it first came out, like with, Banish All Their Fears, first comes out and it's full of mistakes. They have to learn not to release games to push them back into production schedule. This is part of what P500 is all about, right? Just say, look, we can't publish this. It's not ready. They need to have developers who are willing to stand up and say the game's just not ready, And if they don't have developers who are standing up for the players and for the company, for that matter, if the only thing the developer's doing is trying to get, the game out the door, they're in the same position as the designers in. There's no longer that sort of segmentation of duties that allows them to stand as sort of the ombudsman for all the players who might come, and for the company itself, in terms of a bottom line, just making this decision of, look, it's like you have a producer and a director, right? You know, at some point or another, somebody's got to make a decision of, look, this is not ready. We can't do it. It's only going to hurt us to release this. Anyway, I got to swap batteries. I'll try to find my way back to this. Make the same argument about, like, you know, my videos, right? You really need somebody to, like, be standing over them and saying, like, you know, you got to cut this, you got to do this, whatever. It's a fair argument. If you look at, like, you know, the people who are trying to make money off of YouTube and whatnot, yeah, you know, the ones who are really doing stuff, they have an editor, they have a lot of support. I'm just fucking around doing these things on my own, and, you know, you're not, it's not really costing you anything, right? I'm not advertising, I'm not doing anything. So, whatever, however you want to take that. This is just simply, you know, like if I threw some partially finished game design up on the web and said, you're free to download this and play around with it if you want to. Can't complain, man. Can't complain. Can thumb it down. All right. Yeah, they don't even fucking show that. I have a tool on my Chrome extensions that allows me to, like, see an estimate of the YouTube downvotes. I don't know how it steals that information, but it's somewhere in the meta information. Anyway, but the base interface doesn't show it anymore. Obviously, YouTube tracks that because I can see for mine, but I can also see for other people, you know, how many downvotes they get. And I always liked the thumbs down aspect. So, where are we? If a player has played as an event, you ignore the CP values and just enact the event. Events played, checklist. Okay. So that's this fucker. Has over 65 notable events. To document them, you put them on the checklist. This eliminates the care and hurting of scores of event markers used for most. However, some have more kinetic and visible tracking. These might have a token mixed with them. I thought there was a statement on here of where they happen. So 1T, the event may only be played once. Remove is removed from deck after playing the event. Okay, so one time doesn't mean remove. Oh, God. M is where there's a marker associated with that event, which may be used on tracking elsewhere. Anyway. A card marked as a one-time event may only be played once as an event card. Some events cannot be played unless other events were played before them or preconditions. These will be listed on the card. All cards can always be played for CPs or depots. If an event has restrictions that prevent certain game actions, but is not played before those actions occur, those specific restrictions can no longer be applied. Yeah. Remove if played as event cards, remove permanently all such cards played at their event. But that will say it there. One time only isn't enough. One time only requires that you have that checklist. It's a pain in the ass, but okay. It does remove some of the gaminess of some of the choices of, like, okay, well, if I play this event, it hurts me economically from then on by not having that card in my deck. I favor this, and I understand why he's doing it from a play standpoint of view. I feel like this is that decision to get away from the random events table. But we'll see. But I feel like Clash of Monarchs had this wonderful random events table that didn't tie into the cards. We're not a matter of I have to expend resources or give up some future resources to utilize this. And then instead they just made them random events that the players don't really have control over, and that just happen to you and form the narrative framework. Here the players are having control maybe over things they shouldn't. We shall see. But I was much, much more impressed when I looked at Clash of Monarchs and realized what he was doing there than I am so far by what I think is happening here. I feel like there's a decision to put more gamey decision play in terms of, you know, handling the deck and everything. One nice thing, though, is you're still not getting a lot of those, do I play this for an event or do I lose the 3-point card? Which may make sense in a few cases, right? Like if you're giving up, you know, an important colony or something like that for a card, it makes sense to remove the card from the deck. But they generally tend to be more play balance decisions and just all gamey shit that I just don't buy. Place events. Events that include instruction to place forces. This is not movement. Instead, just pick up a force and put it there. Generally comes from off board. Unless otherwise stated, these are new forces. Do not use forces already in play. But I think these limits still apply. If that's what the limits are. Again, I remember seeing someplace where it talked about limits earlier than I hit this. Like I remember thinking about this and saying, it doesn't talk about whether these can exceed the limits. I think it cannot, but you can only play one interrupt event per activated enemy force per power turn, but can play multiple interrupts in a single power turn if multiple enemy forces are activated. Redeployments and admin marches may not be interrupted. An interrupt played on an enemy force may cancel its activation or reduce its AP allowance and can have other effects. Any player can play interrupts with any specific cards within any specific card stipulations at any point in any power turn, and regardless of whether it involves enemy force activation or not. Okay. The British player could play Louis Must Lead as an interrupt during the Austrian player's turn. Okay, that's cool. Oh boy. Let's keep going. Let's get to the end of this page, I guess. Diplomatic events. Powers listed on the dip track can ally with either Pragmatics or Bourbon. The current allegiance or leaning is recorded by the status markers. That's over here. Very simple diplomatic track in this game. Their current allegiance or leaning is recorded. And on the back side, there's the alliance side. Some diplomatic events establish alliances automatically, while others shift a power's marker up or down the dip track. When a formally neutral power reaches its listed Bourbon or Pragmatic level, it joins that alliance. And we'll see these. So, for example, if Saxony makes it down to here, it would join the Bourbons and become allied. Over here for the Pragmatics. Each nation has its own distance on the little linear track, and in both directions, some may be more likely to go one way or another, whatever. The scenario instructions indicate where each power status is placed and which side it's on. Post-alliance diplomacy. If an alliance is already made due to diplomacy card shifts only, players can still play an alliance attempt or alliance card and claim remaining benefits from that event. Okay. So there are cards that will trigger the alliance, but also have additional effects. Even if you already have it allied, you can play that card and get the additional effects, is what this is saying. Consider these powers formally ratifying the treaty, whatever. There's more rules on alliances. The 45! Okay. We got this 45 track here. This is the Young Pretender, buying Prince Charlie. After the Treaty of Worms or the Indulging the Pretender event has been played, the 45 can be placed on the map, on the track, or if already present, advance the space down the track. If the French player plays 3+, basically there's going to be this funky like mechanism. You play a 3+ CP card for CP. Now, I don't know what 3+ means, okay? I think there are cards that are worth more than 3. Yeah, they're 4s. So it's 3 or more. I wanted to make sure because there are some games that have a plus symbol after the ops points or whatever. The Times of War or whatever had something like this, I believe, where like you get that many points and you get some other benefit action. So yeah, that's what I actually read it as, but no, it's 3 or more CPs. Okay. That discarding that card or whatever advances the marker 1 space down the track, but also the CPs can still be used for normal activation. So this is kind of a cool thing. You don't actually pay that big card here. It's just if you do big things on the continent, you're able to also do stuff on the 45. Feels a little weird to me because this is actually something that the French had to invest in. But whatever. The French player plays any other lower valued CP card. It has no other effect except to advance the 45 marker down the track. So in this case, you can play a card just to move the marker. When the marker is advanced into certain spaces, the French player rolls a die. Some rolls will cause the marker to advance further, and the track itself has the rolls for it. Charles Stuart is a special leader who can only command a force consisting exclusively of Scottish and French SPs. I don't know if I saw any Scottish SPs. I don't know what's up with that. And cannot be activated until a march on London or maneuver event has occurred. Before that, he may only conduct actions specifically listed on the 45. He has an initiative rating of 3, AP 4. I'm going to go look for Scottish units. I don't remember seeing any. Guessing they are is there's rebels. They don't say Scots. They just say rebels. Because I don't remember anything else in the game that would indicate any kind of rebellion in favor of the French. There aren't a lot of them. Okay. Let's go to the next. The Regaining the Crown events. That's this track. Nothing, yeah. It always feels funny. Like, I don't know. There are some games that end up putting extra stuff on the back, which could be useful. You don't want it to be stuff that you need to access during the game, but maybe some historical notes or something could be used there, just because you'd be saving paper on printing costs. So things like the bibliography could be on there, if there was such a thing. Designer's notes could be there, historical notes. You could have all kind of stuff on the back of some of these cards. You know, like the Austrian mat could have a discussion of the Austrian historical situation, maybe strategy even, rather than put that information in the rule books themselves and use up paper. However, I don't know the cost of printing a double-sided cardstock piece versus single-sided, and also it does complicate how you check, whether the printing's in good shape or whatever. So who knows? Okay. There are several events that simulate Habsburg attempts to reclaim the title of the HRE after the French Bavarians had claimed it for Charles VII. These occur as follows. When Charles VII has been crowned Holy Roman Emperor, we don't know how that happens, but when it happens, this, I assume, through an event. The marker is immediately placed on the top space of the track. Each time the Austrian plays any Regaining the Crown event, the marker is moved down 1 space. There's no HRE at the start of the 1740 in campaign scenarios. Thanks, I kind of knew that. French failure to contend for the crown. If the French player does not play the F10 Diplomatic Triumph card by the end of the spring 1744 campaign season, gee, thanks. Good Lord. How am I going to remember that? The Austrian player may immediately place the RTC marker on the 4 box on the track for free, and immediately apply all listed VP and MW effects from the boxes 1 through 4 as well. The main French rationale used to legitimize entry into the war was backing the Bavarian king. The above rule is there for the French to take damage if they ignore this diplomatic veil. Other things that you can do with your points. Buying depots. This is done during supply segment of summer and fall only. Initial supply segment. You may discard strategy cards in order to buy up to 3 depots. The French player must discard 2 per depot, everyone else only 1. And these can be placed on the map on any non-enemy occupied space that can trace a supply line of 2 AP or less to a friendly fortress or another depot. And there's no limit to the number of depots that you can place on map or save on your mat. Spanish depots can only be placed in Italian theater. Well, there's a counter mix, but apparently you can even go above that. But what this doesn't mention is soon after that, or maybe as part of that, you're also allowed to move the depots. Building fleet sections, the British and French can discard one 3+ CP strategy card per year to build 2 fleet sections. Fleet reinforcement cards don't count against this limit. I assume those are events that allow you to get fleets, but I don't know, because again, we have the ghost ships. Are the ghost ships mentioned? That's the fleet sortie symbol. You receive a fleet sortie marker if you play one of those cards for CPs. Wow. Yeah, a lot to keep in mind. There's just so much information on the cards, and you have to. You're going to have to process it all. It looks like it's going to be really painful. The new French, Spanish, or British fleet sections are placed in on the next year's space on the year track. When the year mark is advanced, the sections are available placed in the Atlantic or Mediterranean. The fleet build card discards can be made either as the event during an event phase, or one additional discard for the French and British during the saved resource. Yeah. So if you don't want to play an event, you can discard a fleet build. This is nice. This tells you when you can do it. Unfortunately, it was still missing from one place, but that helps a lot. The blue text there that I tend to ignore, because colored text, italics, stuff like that, I generally read as, yeah, don't pay attention to this. Does it make a lot of sense to have a color differentiation of text? The blue is less annoying than, say, red or something like that. If you had really familiarized yourself with the old rules and wanted to learn the differences between the new unplayable game and the old unplayable game, yes, it might have made sense. I feel like this is a replacement rule set. If you want the color differentiation and everything, my feeling is go to the PDF for that shit, because that's what you want. You know, you want electronics, so you want colors and all that shit to differentiate stuff. I feel like there should be a canonical rule book that is all in the text that the rule book would be presented in, without having to say this is different from earlier. Now, difference from earlier makes sense to me. For example, in the 1822 MX, it makes sense to say, look, here's where this game is different from the other 1822 series games. I get that. Here, though, you're saying, this is where we corrected the rules. I don't know. Anyway, that's where I'm stopping for now, going to powers and geopolitics. And we are still about a third of the way through. Oh, I mean, we're more than that. We're like at 40% or so. But anyway, I got a break for a while, and I'm hoping that I get to do some raid at this point, because I don't know if I've spent enough time down here. Did something weird. I put my my Earl Grey in the wrong cup, and this is going to throw off my life in a lot of different ways. Normally I put it in the smaller cup, and then I transfer I transfer one of my Tetley tea bags. I think it's Tetley. That I give a first run in this and then a second run in the smaller cup into that smaller cup. Or I just use a regular cheaper tea to strengthen this, because the bergamot is still in there, but there's not as much tea. Now I'm going to have to figure out what to do, because I brewed it originally in the wrong type of cup. Yeah, I guess that's a first world problem, right? All right, here it is, watering my poor little tree that I don't think is going to make it again this year. it's funny, it died, but then another one sprouted in its place. I think the new one came up this year, and it's not surviving either. I don't know what's going to happen. But anyway, it's Friday and kind of early afternoon, but I got to go dancing, and Raid comes in an hour or so. So I'm not going to be able to finish these. There's no question of that. But I figure let's dig in a little bit into the power and geopolitics section. Okay. So at the beginning of the game, everything is neutral. Changing from neutral to belligerent. The Prussians survive... Okay, here we go. Surprise invasion card. I'll bring Prussia and Austria into belligerent status. It doesn't say so on the card. Again, this is so stupid that this is a card. It's the first thing. It must be played. It's just like, why would you do this? Well, the only thing I can guess is that maybe it wasn't a forced play initially, but... how does the game start without it? Like, you know, it feels like they had to make some significant changes to the game to have taken it from a point where maybe it might made some sense as a card to it makes no sense as a card. And I kind of feel like it was just made as a card because it's a CDG, man. Well, it's a waste of a card. That card could have been another card that covered another piece of information. It could have been a player aid card. It could have been anything. It did not have to be a, this is how the game starts and you must do these things, written in a poor medium. Anyway, a medium in which you have to say something like this. Anyway, all other players start as neutrals and enter and leave the war via diplomatic events that end or restore their neutral status. Neutral powers join an alliance and then by default or specific diplomatic events become belligerent to all powers of that opposing side. Neutral powers cannot redeploy, activate, or admin march their SPs, leaders, or depots, but may pay cards for all other game purposes, diplomacy, interrupts, naval interceptions, depot buys, reinforcements, etc. Fair enough. They don't have as many opportunities to do so, though. Belligerent restrictions. Belligerents cannot attack or besiege neutral SPs or fortresses. A belligerent force may only enter a neutral space if that space is its only possible retreat route. The belligerent force in question must end its next turn in a non-neutral space, or that neutral power joins the opposing alliance. Nothing like internment, I guess. Exception, French forces may transit and remain in neutral Genoese spaces after the play of the Treaty of Worms event. I like the Diet of Worms better than the Treaty of Worms. After France and Spain become belligerents, Spanish leaders, SPs, and depots may enter neutral Naples spaces without penalty. Okay. And after the Convention of Hanover event is played, all forces may enter Prussia's western holdings without penalty. Those are spelled out. I think those are these three spaces up here. Those weren't really those weren't a contiguous amount of territory. The Holy Roman Empire is a weird thing. All right, when Prussia enters and exits the war, Prussia becomes belligerent when the surprise invasion event is played, but reverts to neutrality upon the play of the Treaty of Berlin. The Treaty of Paris event restores the alliance with France, although Prussia does not become a belligerent again until the re-enter the fray event is played. So, yeah, when I said about halfway through the game Prussia leaves, they do have an opportunity to come back. I was wrong about that. After the Convention of Hanover is played, any force may enter Prussia's western holdings, Minden, Cleves, and Arnsberg, without violating neutrality. After conquering Silesia, Prussia made a separate peace with Austria in 1742. When the resurgent Habsburgs seemed poised to seek revenge in 44, Frederick resumed hostilities by invading Bohemia. Okay, so I was wrong. I thought 44 was where the treaty was. So yeah, you're talking just a small slice of the game where they have where they have nothing they can do, basically. But they've got this weird partial control over the Spaniards. France and Britain. Sorry. Well, okay, France and Britain. France and Bavaria. We have Brits further on in the rolls. Enter the war as belligerents if they are allied and the Belle-Ile Triumphant event is played. Britain and the Dutch enter play as belligerent Austrian allies when the Lord Carteret event is played. I'm assuming these cards tell me this stuff. You know, this is one of the problems. A CDG should not have to spell out what's on the cards, right? Like, the cards ought to either stand on their own or get rid of the cards and, for the most part, and move to the rules set. And this is something I've gotten more and more grumpy about, is, you know, you've got CDGs like Unhappy King Charles that work pretty well. They don't have a lot of words on each card. They don't have a lot going on the cards. When you start to throw too much crap on the cards that they don't fit on the cards anymore, and you have to make special rules for all kind of cards, when you have to discuss all these cards, things have gotten complicated, right? Now, I'm assuming that information is on the card, but if that's the case, I don't know. It clutters the rules, man. I don't know where it should be, because it is helpful to know, but there could be a sequence of these cards affect belligerent status, and just a list of them, you know, right here. I don't know. It just feels like spelling out each entry is painful. Okay, French and British restrictions. France and Britain can enter the war as auxiliaries to Bavaria and Austria, respectively, and remain so until a renewed French commitment event is played. Until then, British forces cannot enter French home spaces unless as part of a force led by an Austrian leader, and the French may not make any invasion attempts on England proper. Okay. You know, that's like core rules get changed broadly by a single card, but all right. The Electorate of Hanover is treated as British territory for all purposes, except that it is not neutral at the start of the campaign, basically. This means that the belligerent forces may enter and attack Hanoverian spaces without bringing Britain into the war. The British can prevent this by playing Protocol or Neustadt event. This is really weird. I'm guessing Hanover is somehow, for some reason, at war with Prussia. At the beginning? I'm not sure they're actually at war. I think it's just Prussia would be able to go intervene, or Hanover would be able to intervene. But it's like, it's this weird situation. Prussia marches into Austria, and there's belligerency between Prussia and Hanover, sort of. I don't know. I don't know. Like, if I didn't play that card, could I just invade Hanover and that would be enough? I don't know. But I have to play that card. The Electorate of Hanover had been a possession of the British Crown since Prince Elector. That doesn't help me. That doesn't make it possible for Prussia to just invade it. It makes it less likely that Prussia would be able to just invade it. British garrison. All British pragmatic SPs in England must be placed in London, and they are at the beginning over here, and cannot occupy any other spaces in England or Scotland until either the French have invaded England or the all forces available event has occurred on the 45 track. If more than 8 SP occupy London in any early winter phase each year, there's a victory point penalty. Ever since the days of Cromwell, the British were unhappy with a standing army. With perfect historical hindsight, the British would simply garrison every space in England and Scotland. Since the real-life British didn't do it, you can't either. Fair enough. How Spain enters the war. Spain automatically enters the war when France does. After Spain becomes a belligerent, Spanish leaders, SPs, and depots may enter neutral naval spaces without penalty. Yeah, but kind of, I don't know, it feels like Spain should be included in here. Cartagena. The Spanish Cartagena event may be played by the French player before either France or Spain becomes a belligerent. Okay, great. Why tell me this? And here we can look at it. But the reason for this is that Britain and Spain are at war in the War of Jenkins' Ear. The parliamentary, they go into some of the details, but essentially that was a war that was covered largely outside of Europe. And I guess the Cartagena event allows the Spanish to do something within Europe. The card could just say that it allows it. Maybe it does, but in that case, there should not be a special rule for it. Let's see. This is the let's bloat the rules with discussions of the cards for no reason. Cartagena, and it's not like there's a compendium of cards in the playbook, okay? Let's take a look at that for a moment. Because it may, fuck! Too much fucking table taken up. We get a list of cards, but it's not every card. They're also ordered oddly. So like B6 is here, B1, 2, 4. They're just like kind of scrambled. What the hell? I don't know if it's all the cards, because I remember looking for one and not being able to find it. So if we look here, French 8, 13, 9. Yeah, not all the cards are in here. Which ones are and aren't and why is a mystery. You kind of wish there was a compendium of all the cards. That would be helpful to, now obviously it's easy enough to assemble, but that would be helpful to competitive players. But there's absolutely no reason. Like, there's no historical discussion. That's another thing. There's no historical information on these cards. One of the kind of nice things that a lot of people like about CDGs is, look, it's got a couple of little things, and it gives you a little historical note, and it's a way of learning the history without having to read, or, you know, without having to read more than your cards. For me, that information is useless, not because I'm, you know, so well versed in history, but because I'm concentrating on play of the game when I'm looking at my cards, because when I look at cards I feel like I'm playing bridge or something. But yeah, there's a one-time event. It can be used for cards or for numbers or whatever, but it's playable when neutral as the event. Okay, why tell me that? I don't know. I don't know why that's even necessary to say. Like, it's certainly not necessary here, but I don't even know if it's necessary on the card. I assume it's playable when neutral. And it just affects some victory points. And it's like, okay, I got no idea what it's doing, but I'm cool with that. You know? It's just affecting victory points. It's not anything that's restricted in the belligerent statuses. So why is this being called out? I don't know. Maybe so they could put the historical note here rather than on there, but they're still not really telling me what happened here. I still don't know what Cartagena did. Maybe that's in here, right? In the playbook. There's plenty of room on that card, but the decision was made not to put any historical information because too many of the cards look like this. Just filled with rules. Again, not ideal in a CDG. I may have lived with this in Clash of Monarchs because it's better than most CDGs in the sense of the way that it handles the split between things that are real historical. No, everything's historical. Things that are events that a player could really control and have influence on, and things that the player probably wouldn't be spending any of their national resources to cause, and they also wouldn't have control or influence over. When you give me, that delineation, that fixed one of the great problems with CDGs for me. But another problem is putting too many rules on the cards. It's just not, to me, an ideal solution to providing a lot of very rich events the way that, EU does, for example. Anyway, this is going to be a long, bumpy ride, ain't it? All right, I got to swap batteries. Because I had a natural reticence towards CDGs, and early on, when I first came back to gaming, I had not liked the CDGs I had played back at that point, which was We the People and Hannibal, and kind of stayed away from them. When I got back into gaming, so I played those back in the 90s, didn't like them, friends had them. I played successors too, and again felt like it was, just this confusing kind of experience, but some of it was I didn't own the games, I couldn't study them the same way. When I got a hold of things like Here I Stand especially, but I don't remember what was sort of my first one back. It might have been Here I Stand. I know I got Here I Stand, I went and ended up getting Paths of Glory and being very unhappy with that. But most of them I kind of bought into. Washington's War, knowing that I didn't like We the People, but I ended up liking Washington's War more. Anyway, most of them, I ended up with kind of this, I think, these are especially interesting as the multiplayer ones, where, and maybe kind of light things sort of roam. Here I Stand. I know Here I Stand is supposed to be heavy, but there was something I really liked about the flavor of that. And I was willing to extend that and kind of began to like it more in the two-player games and accept it a little better. But I think there was always this sort of, I don't know if I'm really playing a war game here, I feel like I'm, Twilight Struggle. I like Twilight Struggle. And Twilight Struggle I still like for what it is, I think it does what it does correctly. But there was this newness to it and being able to explore it in my own comfort rather than playing in an opposed game so that I could kind of, see more of the nuance of play. And I don't know. I got kind of interested in the gameplay aspects of it more than anything else. And then after about my 6th or 7th CDG, I started tearing them apart more and more. And it's gotten to the point where I very seldom pick them up. They've got to be something special. They kind of have to be a multiplayer to begin with. And a fair amount of other things. Although I have Tento, the Spanish one. But that's supposed to be like Here I Stand, but apparently it's bloated. Yeah, Times of War was bloated too. It's one of the problems. The good ones aren't bloated. Virgin Queen was one that was one of the first ones that I looked at that I'm like, yeah, I mean, look, what is it? Doc's, Herr Doctor's game. I can't remember the name of it. The Russian Civil War one. That one was bloated and had problems. Like the rules were a mess. But Virgin Queen was kind of the first one that came out of the big multiplayer ones. And I'm like, there's just too much shit going on here. This is not fun anymore. This isn't a good multiplayer game. And really what it was doing was kind of presaging or matching some of the movement of the heavy Euro movement as it was picking up at the same time and trying to capitalize on the same thing. And I just did not like that. I did like Clash of Monarchs, though. All right, let's get down to the next one. Let's get back to the damn rules. That's what we're supposed to be here for, right? Piedmont. Piedmont's allegiance. Typical event card play will result in Piedmont joining the Pragmatics. Okay. However, it's possible for them to join the Bourbones. Convention of Turin. Okay, this is a card. Do we need this? This event makes Piedmont belligerent against the Bourbons, but does not create a formal alliance with the Pragmatics. That is achieved by playing the Treaty of Worms event. Until then, Piedmontese SPs and leaders may not form mixed forces with pragmatic forces, SPs, and leaders, and cannot trace supply to their depots, fortresses, or ports. Likewise, pragmatic forces cannot trace supply to Piedmont. This is a lot of information, more than can go on the card. And it's triggered, God. In theory, subsequently played diplomacy events could shift Piedmont's influence back far enough for it to switch sides and join the Bourbon alliance. Okay. Now, if you're belligerent but not allied, that's weird. There's just so much weird going on in here. Again, it's just like, cards may not be the best way to handle this if you have to start calling out every card or a significant number of the cards in the rules themselves to have special rules for it. It makes sense maybe for 4 or 5 cards throughout the whole game. We'll see. I mean, have we hit the limit yet? I don't know. But it feels like a lot are happening. Of course, this is the section where they would happen. Austrian and Dutch Netherlands. Bourbon alliance formed forces may not enter or attack Austrian Netherlands until they are attacked from such a space or the renewed French commitment card is played. These counters required replacements because apparently they switched the backs on them. Honestly, yeah, they needed it, but it was close to cosmetic. Bourbon alliance forces may not enter or attack the Dutch Netherlands unless attacked from those spaces. Bourbon entry attack into the Dutch spaces is restricted by the play of D'Argenson's Velvet Glove, but enabled by the Velvet Glove no more. Now, officially, these two show up in the game. I'm not sure when I come to this rule. It seems like D'Argenson's Velvet Glove must be played for this to go into effect. On the other hand, the French don't really have access up to the Dutch, so who cares? But the setup rules say that both of those are there. The Italian one is not there yet. The current situation is recorded by playing no French markers on them from the French entry boxes. Okay. Now, certainly there's no French allowed in there anyway because I'm not belligerent with the Dutch. So, fair enough. Russia. If the Pragmatics achieve an alliance with Russia, the Russian forces are controlled by the British or Austrian player respectively. Respective to what? Turns out, both sides have cards that ally them to Russia, I guess. We'll see this here. Yeah, here we go. Respectively, depending on which powers event card or diplomacy card establish the alliance. They say it right there. But I remember when I first read it, I had that same reaction. Was like, I don't know. It's a comma, but it's not obvious to me that it is until I see that there's not a capital letter here because my eyes aren't great. If Russian allies with the Bourbons, the French player controls them. The Russian turn comes after the British, and the Russian always get one free force activation every summer and fall without paying any cash or cards or expending any CPs. Remember, they don't have a turn on the box, but that's okay. Russian forces trace supply to sources belonging to the side to which they're allied, and any VPs gained by Russia accrue to the power to which they're allied. Okay, well now, a little space for each. British control after the Russian March event is played, the Russians are placed in Bremen or Antwerp. Why doesn't the card tell me that? Well, I don't know. But it does give me an idea that the Russians will show up somewhere pretty far. I mean, Antwerp is here. I don't know where Bremen is. It sounds like it's in Germany here. I mean, I know Bremen's in Germany now, but okay. Is that a useful rule, or is that just taking up space here on what should be in the card? It's useful to know where they would come in, but I feel like that could be on the card as to where they could be arranged. The Russian forces enter at Olmützbrunn or Vienna after the successful play of Frederick's Nightmare is automatically activated. Now, I would have thought, mainly because in Freddy the Great they can wander through Poland, and I think in Clash of Monarchs they can wander through Poland, that they'd kind of come through there, but instead they show up in Austria. Okay. I guess, again, it's not terribly unuseful to tell me that, but after Le Diplomatique coup, I'm sorry, Le coup diplomatique, why, event is successfully played, the Russian force is placed in Königsberg, and that would directly be supporting the Prussians. Okay. Minor powers. Each minor power's capital is noted in parentheses. Okay, where? Because I don't see them here, and then I come here, and like Munich should be Bavaria's capital. It's not in parentheses, so I don't know. But you're telling me this, and I'm hoping, and I'm looking for parentheses around anything. Okay, Genoa, which includes the finale space. What? I'm not seeing anywhere where there's parentheses involved in here. So this appears to be a line that's lying to me. Minor power VPs. When a neutral minor power first joins an alliance, add its VPs to the respective powers VP total as follows. Bavaria, Genoa go to France, Naples to Spain. Okay. These minors VPs may subsequently be lost, like if they're captured or whatever. Bavaria. Oh, here we go. Here we have parentheses in two spaces. Bavaria, Munich. Does this keep happening? No. Bavaria normally will ally with the Bourbons in the early war period, but become a nominal pragmatic ally when the Austrian Fusion event is played on the Regaining the Crown track. After this occurs, Bavaria cannot again become a Bourbon ally. Jesus, these aren't rules. These are things that should be baked into this, and to some extent, I don't want to know them, right? I want the things on the cards to be a surprise. Like, I'm really just not feeling like this information had to be given to me in the rules. Saxony, Dresden. If the secret Saxon alliance event is played, Prussia, France, it's secret. I shouldn't know about this. This shouldn't be in the rules, right? Prussia, France continue to treat Saxony as neutral territory until a Saxon SP enters a Prussian or Austrian space, or an Austrian SP deliberately enters a Saxon space. So, Prussia, France don't treat it neutral. Yeah, until it reveals itself. Or a Saxon SP is involved in any attack or defense against Prussia or France. Well, it's not that secret because the Austrians know enough about it that they might want to enter Austrian spaces and attack, or Saxon spaces and attack it. Which appears to be that they're able to do. Which they couldn't do if it was actually a non-belligerent. So, this secret Saxon alliance appears to be that Saxony and Austria are at war but don't want anybody to know about it. I don't know. If the Prussian revenge event, and again, without the card in front of me, I can't tell you what sense this rule makes, but the rule should be on the card, not here. And again, I don't remember if Clash of Monarchs had this kind of compendium of political cards that were just actually inserted into the rules. if you're going to use card-driven mechanisms, the information should be on the cards. And if you're going to provide some kind of compendium for the cards, that's fine, to help the, the more competitive player who doesn't need to, someone who wants to play it competitively without having played the game before, without having had this information revealed. If you're going to, you're taking away one of the pleasures of CGGs and event-driven games, which is that there's something that hides the rules from me in the game, right? Just like good old Gloomhaven had aspects of the game that are hidden. Well, one of my pleasures in these historical games is not to know all the effects that I'm going to expect from a historical event. Not to read through them and know the entire flow of the game beforehand. It's one of the things I like about event games. To be surprised. Okay. Right. Okay, if the Prussian revenge event is played, it allows the Prussian forces to enter Saxony and attack Saxon units regardless of Saxony's current diplomatic status. Does that do anything? Who knows? Again, I'm being given things out of context about a card that may or may not state everything I need on it. Italy theater spaces. The French forces may not enter any Italy space until play of the Prince of Conti event. Interesting. The setup rules don't say to put this here. Very interesting. Other powers' forces may freely transit and remain in the minor Italian spaces except neutral Genoa. Pragmatic forces only may freely enter neutral Genoa spaces after the stabbing the rivals event. Again, you're giving me all this information about these cards. Do I need to know this? Am I going to have to remember all this shit? That's another factor. You're putting rules overhead in here that I have to try to figure out, do I need to remember this? Or is it on the card? Right? Now, here's where I'm bothered. We go to the playbook. Let's go to the setup. We've already talked about the situation here where Madras and Fort St. David are marked with control markers. Louisbourg is marked with one. Pondicherry is not. And I'm not sure I see a reason there need to be ones here, but I'm not sure I don't. Like, I don't know what India, and I don't know if it's described in the rules, to tell you the truth, what India represents, right? I think we'll get to something, but maybe not an answer to this question. But we look at this. I'm looking for the cannot attack markers. Okay. Other markers in the game is where it is, and they tell me a number of things here. First player Prussia, 0 victory points for all powers. No French in Austria, Netherlands. That's this. No French in Dutch Netherlands. That's this. Markers on their no French side. This appears to be telling me there shouldn't be any French allowed in Italy. Like, again, the playbook also appears, they did a whole reprint of the playbook. It appears to be missing key information. Something's in contradiction here. I don't know, I don't know which way it is. I feel like it probably requires that Conti card to come up. And if it's an early war card, I can look it up now. But again, if you're gonna fuck shit up, if you're gonna make a CDG, you gotta be real careful. You gotta be so good, right? Like, because you're putting the information not in the rule book, but on cards that it's hard to replace, right? So, yeah. I'm looking for the Conti card, and I found something interesting here that made me unhappy. There's these Nymphomaniac Awards, Nymphenburg Rewards, which says on it, play after the Treaty of Nymphenburg if France France, Bavaria VPs are 2 or more or whatever. I don't know. But it's a card that's dependent on another card. Let's see. Okay. So this is one of the problems that I have with, and it may seem like the opposite to the, battery. It may seem like the opposite to the whole, hey, I don't want to know everything that's going on. To some extent that's true, but if a card is going to trigger another card, I at least want a warning on that. So for example, this card, the Treaty of Nymphenburg, nowhere says that there's another card. I may not know what the advantages of it, but the title of the card will help, that is not playable unless I played this as an event. That's a problematic situation in my view. Now, what it meant in now I can't remember the name of the game, Paths of Glory, is that without knowing the deck of cards, you couldn't achieve, it was very unlikely that you were going to achieve anything like a historical playthrough, because there were cards that like didn't do much as an event, and you're like, well, I'll take the points for them, but that opened up and made available another card. So instead of doing this as quickly as possible with the thought of, yeah, I want to be able to, you know, move into the next war period of the war or whatever, they end up delaying you a couple of years so that the second period of the war doesn't even happen, you know, early on. That's just a that was a problem that I saw particularly bad in Paths of Glory. But the same kind of effect is here. I want, you know, some advantage. I have some shitty card that I can play for shitty points or a crappy event, and I'm like, well, I don't want the crappy event. The points seem a little, they're not great, but they're better. At least I use them for what I really want, and then I'm blocked from maybe a much, much more important card. And that's a problematic situation. Any card that has an effect on a later card, like either as a trigger, a block, anything like that, that's got to be on the card. You can't go without that. It doesn't have to explain everything the other card does, but the title of the card is usually enough of a hint. Okay. Where are we? Right. So it's interesting because we've got these broken up by area instead of kind of by function. But anyway, yeah. Naples, Genoa, and Modena. All of these minor powers are neutral at the start of most scenarios, but become belligerent Bourbon allies when the following events are played. Great! Again, probably shouldn't be in the rules, although to some extent your capability to operate in Italy may require you to know some of these. Genoa, which includes the finale space. Gotcha. I feel like that should say Genoa, parentheses, Genoa, right? Naples should say Naples, parentheses, Naples. Modena. Modena is a little different because it's a one space area, but okay. Genoa, which includes finale, Genoa signs Treaty of Aranjuez. French forces can enter and remain in neutral Genoese spaces after the Treaty of Worms and or Treaty of Fontainebleau has been played, but if a French force attacks from a neutral Genoese space, Genoa instantly becomes a belligerent French ally. Okay? Now, there's also no way to mark this. There's no Genoese ally marker or whatever. You just have to kind of remember that you've done this, and it seems like you can make them belligerent and I guess get their victory point, if they have any, which they do, by attacking out of their space. Wow. All fucked up. This isn't merely the card is needed. This is just a mess. Modena, the Duke of Modena event, Naples, Campilla. Okay, so here, whatever. This is fine. This is the level that maybe the rules should give you. That there is an event that triggers this. That's good enough. But this is not even sensible to me. French forces can enter and remain in neutral Genoese spaces after the Treaty of Worms and or the Treaty of Fontainebleau. But if a French force attacks, Genoa becomes a French ally. Feels like it's supposed to be a penalty. Okay. Holy Rolling Empire, Germany. All powers may freely enter the light gray Holy Roman Emperor spaces and place depots on them. Okay, that makes perfect sense. That is how a rule should be. It's not impacted by cards or anything like that. It's just in general, although these are neutral, you can walk through them. What did we have with Italy? Well, we have an interesting factor, which is that we don't know what all of this is. Most of it's this color here. These are not minor Italian states as far as I know. I guess maybe they are. They say Italian states. I mean, most of this is the papacy, the papal states. But, or is it still? I don't remember if they've been dropped down at this point. Stupid fucking air things. But yeah, it is kind of weird. So Genoa is the one exception to the minor states rule. Piedmont is obviously not. Is Naples a minor Italian state? Yeah, I don't know, man. Where am I in the rules? I don't know. I flipped this. I don't know where I am. I flipped it that way. That's why. Okay. Oh, because I'm on the next page. So minor Italian. French may not enter the Italian theater. Okay. Other powers can freely transit and remain in the minor Italian state spaces. Yeah, it's not clear to me what is a minor Italian state. Like, is Piedmont a minor Italian state? Does that mean Spaniards can go in there? Well, I mean, they're belligerent. Maybe. I don't know. Naples, or Naples, like, they spell out that I can't enter, that I can freely transit and remain in the minor Italian states except a neutral Genoa. But then Genoa is included with Naples and Modena. Genoa is excluded. Is Naples also a minor state? Or are they something else because of this red dots? Where's Modena? Why are we specifically exempting Genoa? It feels to me like Piedmont's a minor neutral state at the beginning of the game, even though they're very much not going to remain neutral. I'm left with a lot of questions as to what is a minor neutral state in Italy. I really am. Is it just these, in which case you wouldn't exempt Genoa? Nor would you, but then you wouldn't enter Modena. Modena is a different coloration. Yeah. And very clearly, Naples, Genoa, and Modena are the same kind of thing because they're stated here. Since Genoa is specifically exempted, I feel like Naples and Modena can be entered. I really don't feel like Piedmont can, but it is a minor neutral at the beginning of the game, right? I think. I don't know. They have their own mat. They're a power of some sort, but do we have some definition of this shit? Again, I may be nitpicking here, but when a game starts falling apart this much, after being repaired completely, supposedly, yeah. What am I looking for? I'm looking for definitions. We have key terms here. We don't have minor, neutral, anything like that defined. We're in the powers and geopolitics. Whether something's minor isn't defined. It's certainly neutral. We have this. Do we have like minor power? We do. 7.8 is minor powers. Okay. 7.8 is the rule we're looking at here, which I'm looking at minor powers. Is Piedmont listed as a minor power? See, this is very interesting because they're in kind of the same position on the maps as Prussia is. And Prussia is obviously not a minor power. And Piedmont's on here. So yeah, I'd say Piedmont is not part of this, but everything else in Italy. And why are these white? I guess they're Austrian. Okay. Everything, I'm not aware of Austria owning this, but yeah, Milan they would own. I'm not aware of them owning Florence, but okay. So that's Austrian. This is Piedmontese. Everything that's kind of the yellowish tan color, except for Genoa, which has a specific exemption. And that's how much work I have to do to try to figure out that rule. Right? Okay, we're going to cut off my water, and because it sounds like they've stopped doing their shit. All excited before for being a third of the way through the rules. Well, we're about at the halfway point at this one. They, as you see, I mean, they get more painful to cope with. Alliances, neutrality, and belligerency. Once a power allies with the Pragmatics or Bourbons, further diplomacy events may not be played to affect it. It remains an alliance unless it's conquered or its status is changed by the play of an event specifying such a change. There's a fuzziness, but there's a differentiation between diplomacy and events that affect diplomacy and whatnot, or that affect the diplomatic track. And I don't know how well they're going to be, how clear they're going to be. France, Saxony, Prussia alliances and belligerency. If France is still neutral, then Saxony or Prussia allies with the Bourbons. The following restrictions apply. Saxon forces cannot leave Saxony until either France becomes belligerent or an enemy force enters Saxony or attacks it overruns a Saxon strength point. This is true even if Prussia is also allied with the Bourbons. Saxony and Prussia don't really trust each other. French forces may not move or attack even if France is allied with a belligerent Prussia. Okay. Saxon alliance breaking. If the secret Saxon alliance or Saxon doubts event is played, flip Saxony's indifferent influence marker from its ally side to its dip side and follow the other directions printed on the card. If either event leaves formerly allied forces occupying the same space, the owning player immediately redeploys the non-Saxon forces one space in the direction of that power's home areas to a space free of Saxon units. If there are several eligible spaces, the owning player chooses. Yeah, so they now here it says the larger force retreats because these events will most likely occur when the major power is operating in minor power territory rather than vice versa. And there's nothing that would indicate that the major power forces are larger. I mean, they might be, but it's just kind of weird. So I think the secret Saxon alliance, let's go back to this. And this is why, I don't know. I think it's a secret alliance with the Austrians. not with the French. Which is why it is known to Austria and Saxony. But it's a card that's been played openly. So it's known to the French that the Saxons aren't really their allies anymore. They're just allowed to operate in that territory. So I don't know. Non-allied Bavaria or Saxony. If Bavaria and or Saxony breaks an alliance, treat its units and spaces as follows. The non-allied may not be activated or moved by either side. Both sides' forces may neither attack nor end their movement in spaces occupied by non-allied Bavarian and or Saxon SPs. That and or is kind of weird. Like, that makes it sound like non-allied Bavarians and non-allied Saxons can cooperate with each other. There's something funky there. I don't think it's what's intended. Both sides' forces may move through spaces occupied by non-allied Bavarian and or Saxon XPs. Again, that's fine. That's fine. Both sides' forces may neither... Oh, no, they're all fine. Yeah, okay. I was just confused there. Neutral minor VPs. A whole rules section that just has a reference. I don't feel up to coping with the rest of this yet. It's going to be probably either Saturday night or Sunday before I'm able to cope with more of this thing. But yeah, this is... and look, I am digging into this more deeply than I normally do in rules because I know that there are problems and that there are hitches and that there are going to be things that I really have to read carefully again, multiple times to be able to parse out the rules and get the basic idea. This is very different from, say, I don't know. I'm trying to think of something that I played recently that the rules were okay from. Like, a lot of games I can just explain the rules by skimming through. This one has so many special cases baked into the rules. I'll tell you, so did Time of Wars. And that game was filled with little problems too. I had fun with that. I'm hoping I have fun with this. I really am. I'm not completely bitching about it and nothing else. It's just, this is the effort you have to go through to cope with these rules. And I'm going to have to go through it again and again in play as well. And now... compare this to the CDGs that I think were well handled. Now, I'm not sure about Clash of Monarchs, right? I loved Clash of Monarchs. I loved what it did. But I do have memories of it maybe being too clunky and having issues that made it too reliant on rules inside the rule book and whatnot. And it's part of why, I just don't feel like CDGs... I don't feel like CDGs are good at handling the more complexity you start throwing in. Like, the best for me... Look, Here I Stand is a fucking wonderful thing. But things like Twilight Struggle, Sword of Rome, these are really kind of fun CDGs. Unhappy King Charles was fun. The more you start throwing complexity on top of... Amateurs to Arms was really good, too. The more you start throwing complexity into the rule book, in addition to the complexity of the card systems, the uglier the CDG starts to get, like, as a mechanic. It should not be used in games that require too much complexity. And, where the limit is for that depends. Some people like Virgin Queen. Some people like it better than Here I Stand. I find it overwhelmed me with You know, it didn't have the clean feeling, right? Here I Stand was not a simple CDG in its time, but Virgin Queen just took that way too many levels up for my taste in terms of being able to figure out what I want to do to play. You know. Anyway, I don't have a good feeling about this. I have my hopes, but I don't have a good feeling. Right, Sunday afternoon. It's kind of pretty out, but the only thing that could drag me from watching videos apparently was my duty here, whatever that is. Oh, CPS and force activation. CPS, I don't know what CPS is. Command points, I guess. I kind of don't like the fact that sort of different CDGs start taking different terminology as opposed to something that they need to have with the point-to-point movement, which is representing different eras with different kind of interception and whatnot rules, which I often gripe about, or at least used to. There's nothing inherent in CDGs. It's the point-to-point or area movement systems that are the issue there. All right, forces have to be activated in order to move. To activate a leader or command, you spend points equal to the commander's initiative rating, which is the little number up in the square up there. Or use a bonus activation from a card event. Also see free leader move. Yes, you're allowed to move a leader for free. Just to give you a chance to rearrange your forces without having to spend a CP. Leaderless forces can conduct admin marches. I thought leaderless forces could be activated as well. I think they can. I think they have a base initiative of 4. I think they have an initiative activation of 4, and that makes this guy almost useless. He's like, if I'm right about that. You can't save them. If you don't use them immediately, they're lost. And then we've got some exceptions here and an example which I can hardly read in its gray tone. Bonus activations are gained by playing cards as events. Some of the events allow a force to be activated or conduct an admin march. Others will give you CPs you can use to activate multiple forces. If the event was played in a summer or fall campaign, the activation happens immediately. If it was played during an event phase, the bonus activations occur during the next summer or fall campaign, whichever comes first. A few allow bonus activations only in early or late winter seasons. If that event is played in the appropriate season, the bonus activation occurs immediately. I don't know what happens to it if it depends on how it's worded. Point costs. Okay. When a force is activated, you conduct activities up to its commander's activation point rating, which is the number down there. And again, I think that uncommanded forces have a 4 for that as well. Yep. If a force is leaderless, it can still spend 4 APs to move only. Okay. When a command is activated, it spends APs as follows. 1, to move into or through spaces along a line. That's any kind of terrain you can move through at 1. +1, though, if it's entering an enemy irregular. Overruns and minor battles don't cost you anything. Well, minor battles do, but not what you think. They don't cost you APs. A major battle, though, if you're going to fight that, is going to cost 1 AP. And besieging a minor fortress costs 1 AP per siege roll. A major fortress, 2 AP per siege roll. Attempting to withdraw after you've been intercepted costs 2 additional AP. And rallying to good order equals AP equal to the commander's initiative rating +1. An activated force can continue performing actions as long as it has APs left to spend. It can do so even after losing and retreating from a major battle or failing to bring a siege to a successful conclusion. However, a demoralized force will not be able to intercept, attack, or overrun until it rallies. If forces don't have enough APs to perform an action, they can't. You can't enter an unbesieged enemy occupied space unless you could attack it. Either minor battle, overrun, I guess, or have an AP left for the major battle. Once your activation ends, the leader's units and SPs may not move or be activated again in the same power turn. Okay, so one card allows you to activate each leader at most once. This is kind of nice because it allows you to do multiple things off a card, but there are still limitations and whatnot. I like the way the system works point-wise, much better than most of the card play systems. We got an example. Activation point allowances. When activated, a force can normally spend APs equal to its commander's AP rating. However, a force's AP allowance is reduced if you have a large force. 35 to 50 SP reduces your activation by 1. 51 or more reduces it by 2. A mixed force marker, when the activation begins, reduces it by 1. Now, you get to define your force at that point. So even if you're stacked with, units that aren't part of your same nationality, I don't think you get the marker just for having been stacked with them. You have to define the force incorrectly. In certain events, a Croats event played against it by a hostile power. Short supply marker. Now this is, because we've got, so this is weird where like there's this blue box here, but it's part of this table that's been created. A short supply marker. AP reduction is equal to the short supply value. However, a force's AP allowance is determined at the start of its activation, so it doesn't lose APs for losing supply status. Exception: a force conducting an admin march may always spend 4 or 6 AP for movement only. We'll have to get to the rules to see why the different amounts. By the way, when I first came out here, I was really afraid that there was a dead squirrel in my yard. There was just like an obvious body of a squirrel there. Turns out he was just digging and eating, but I couldn't see any movement or anything. Kind of weird. I had a real moment. The birds are bad enough, but a squirrel has a significant amount of weight. Like, that would really stress me out to pick it up. Okay. Movement. Forces move along movement routes, generally expending 1 AP for each. Entering, we've got the costs that are like already explained here. No SP or leader can ever move more than once per season. No major force may voluntarily move to a space where it cannot trace supply. However, a major force that starts its move without supply may move. Depots may only move in the initial supply segment or by sea transport. They kind of aren't part of this at all. A depot cannot enter an enemy-occupied space, including one. It's weird that these rules are under movement because it really kind of isn't. They cannot enter an enemy-occupied space, including one occupied solely by enemy CH or guerrilla markers, unless a friendly SP is already present in the space. Friendly forces may freely move through blockaded or besieged enemy fortresses. In some cases, opposing units will be in the same space, starting their turn there, and whatever. So, because of the depot requirements, they give a note that you have to carefully plan your turn in advance. We'll see. I'm not good at that kind of stuff, but we'll see. Okay, free leader moves. Once per friendly campaign card segment, each power can move 1 leader unaccompanied by any SPs up to 3 APs without expending any command points, as the only action that leader can take in the current season. This can be done at any point during the power turn. Remember, you get 1 card per season. Seasons feel kind of like turns, but they're not really. They're just a card play. It's just like it's baked in a very complex sequence of play. Free leader move by sea. A leader who starts in a friendly controlled port can be shifted to any other friendly controlled port in the same sea area. There's two areas, the Med and the Atlantic, and there's not a lot of either represented here. Before making his free move of up to 3 APs, this is the only way a non-British leader can be transported by sea without the play of a fleet sortie event. A free leader move by sea cannot be intercepted. Picking up and dropping off forces, an activated command, not a free leader move, right? Can pick up other forces within leader force strength limits at no AP cost. Pickup forces may not move independently of the active command. When forces with different supply levels combine, they get the worst supply state. When leaders cannot pick up more senior leaders. Forces may be dropped off at no AP cost. Forces dropped off cannot. Now that creates actually kind of a weird situation. The not being able to pick up more senior leaders. It's necessary because of the way the mechanisms work for the leadership. But what it means is, if I have two forces next to each other, this isn't a great example because they're the same value and they could pick each other up. Let's say I have these two forces together. It would not seem unreasonable for Frederick to send a call to Nassau to march in and join him. But instead, the only way to do this is to march over here, pick these up, march back, right? Whatever. Given the scale, it does not seem at all unreasonable to be able to do something like that, though. You just can't do within the game. Where are we? Forces may be dropped off at no AP cost. If they're dropped off, they can't expend any further APs during this command phase. You can't pick them up or whatever. Any force dropped off or left behind receives a supply state marker that the activated command force had. This is possible that, like, a unit that's small. Oh, hi. Oh, I got to give you more water. That's a long reach. Little guys aren't going to be able to make it. But, you could jump in and bathe. Okay. Force combinations in a space happen before any overrun attempts or battles. Yeah, so it's possible that you could have a short supply marker on a force that couldn't acquire it normally because it's a small force. It still has it. If it's picked up or something, it causes short supply throughout. A force containing up to 15 SPs may conduct an admin march at a cost of just one CP, even without a leader. The force may move up to 6 APs regardless of its commander's rating. Where's the 4 AP? Yeah. Okay. Did we have a 4 AP over here? I'm not sure that they actually have an initiative rating. Yeah, I don't know what triggers that. That's something different. That's not an admin mark. The force can move up to 6 APs regardless of its commander. It can start in an enemy occupied space but cannot enter another one unless it's already occupied by friendly units or if it is big enough to overrun the enemy SPs in that space. A force conducting an admin march cannot attack or besiege, but it may drop off and pick up SPs as it moves. It is subject to interception but cannot be interrupted. I'm not sure. I think an enemy irregular still counts as an enemy occupied space. Even though there may be less of a barrier in some ways, you would think, than a single strength point that you might be able to overrun. Once per power turn in each spring, summer, and fall season, one minor force may conduct an admin march without expending a CP. This is conducted exactly like a normal admin march, except that the force may move only 4 APs instead of 6. Note any number of mobile CH markers may participate in a standard or minor admin march. Like other units, they may start with the force or be picked up or dropped off as it moves. This is going to be hard to remember. I don't know if the sequence of play conducts it here. See, yeah, I don't see. Let's find the movement. The campaign card segment is where all this is happening, I think. And that is a fairly, I don't see a lot of this stuff being spelled out in it. These free actions in the sequence of play. This is a pretty detailed looking sequence of play. You'd think it would contain all of this stuff. There's no specific time when you do it, as far as I can see. It's just like once per power turn, which is this entire thing here. In spring, summer, and fall, spring as well. Boy, is that going to be hard to remember because there's actually no player. There's no power turns in the spring. Weird. Um, yeah, and this is just kind of like, oh look, I get to do this free thing that's very much like my card thing. Very much like the card movement actions, but it's just this freebie that I get in with my card play, except in the spring where apparently I get to do it outside of the card play. I may simply forget that. I have the feeling that maybe you're not supposed to be able to do it in the spring. It feels awfully weird, but anyway, if I remember it, I remember it. British admin C transport. The British player can expend 1 CP to move up to 15 SPs from any friendly port to any other friendly port. The force can move up to 6 AP by land total before embarking or after debarking in any combination. Other powers must use a fleet sortie card to attempt to transport SPs by sea. Yeah, we're about halfway out. This is a long set of rules, and it's not really sinking in very well. I think I'm getting too old. Overrun. If an activated command or admin march enters an enemy occupied space and outnumbers the enemy by at least 6 to 1 in SPs, the enemy does not withdraw, and the enemy does not withdraw. The entire enemy force is eliminated at no cost to the overrunning force, and it can continue its activation. However, forces garrisoning a fortress can, or spaces entered through Alpine Pass movement routes, which are the little dashed lines. These are just mountains. This is normal. So that's the difference in terrain, right? Um, may not be overrun. So you can't be overrun because you're in the fortress, but you could be bypassed then. And the Alpine Pass, I guess you're blockading, you know, you're doing a Sparta type thing there. Depots. Any force may overrun and capture an enemy depot if no enemy force is in the space. Minor battles. When a command enters an enemy occupied space and outnumbers the enemy by at least 2 to 1, the attacker can declare a minor battle instead of fighting a major battle, and must do so if he has no APs. The defender may attempt to withdraw first. If the defender does not withdraw, the attacker can conduct the minor battle. There's no die rolled. Uh, both sides move 1 SP and the defender retreats to space. The attacker can continue its activation. You can't do this against anything in a fortress. You cannot declare a minor battle if the moving command entered either through a mountain or alpine pass. You must fight a major battle in that case. Okay. So, like, so many slight differences, right? You can't overrun through the alpine. You can't minor battle through mountains or alpine. It's just a large burden for someone like me. When moving, a force enters a space. Players have several options. Okay. Sequence of resolving these is first you enter the space. One inactive enemy command can make an attempt to intercept then from an adjacent space. If no interception occurred, any enemy forces already in the space can make a withdrawal attempt. This is really nice. I don't feel like this kind of detail is usually given in the command in the rules for CDGs that details everything that can be done. If opposing forces are still in the space, then all forces from each side are combined at this instant. I don't know what that does to remaining movement points. If you're in the midst of movement, like I think you're combined for combat, but not otherwise. If an enemy force fails to, that being important because the strength points, well, maybe not that important. Not that important. I was going to say the strength points can't be moved again, but you could just drop off the ones that had already moved their movement allowance if you want, or not move them. So it's just a notional combination for combat, basically. Overrun. If an enemy force failed to withdraw, the moving command may overrun if possible. If the opposing forces remain in the same same spaces, a battle may be fought. If no battle occurs, the moving force may drop off. See, they say a battle may be fought. That's a weird wording. That leads you to believe that you have some choice. I don't think you do. If no battle occurs, the moving force may drop off leaders, SPs, and mobile CH markers. If no battle occurs, the moving force can pick up leaders, SPs, mobile, and CH. I think if a successful battle happens, you can too. I think this is, for all that I like the existence of this, I think it's giving some wrongful impressions. Who may intercept? A command can attempt to intercept an enemy force during the enemy's turn each time an enemy force moves adjacent to the command's space or attempts to make a siege roll in an adjacent space. That's interesting. I didn't know you could intercept siege rolls. Commands cannot attempt to intercept into a space which takes them out of supply. CH marker placement cannot be intercepted. Okay. An intercepting command consists of entire force in the starting space or a smaller part as desired, but must be more than half the size of the moving or besieging enemy force. Demoralized commands may not attempt to intercept. Interception is limited to one attempt from a given space for each given interception opportunity. An intercepting force cannot be intercepted, and intercepts cannot be attempted in winter. Now, here they say one inactive enemy command may attempt to intercept. Here it's different. It's one attempt from a space to each given interception opportunity. Again, these rules, went through the normal design process, presumably, right? That wasn't caught. The game was basically flagged as unplayable, or the rules were insufficient, to the extent that GMT went out and said, okay, give us the sufficient rules and we'll send out a replacement kit. And there's still problems, big problems. Like, I can come to some sort of, conclusion, but there's no way that this is going to be a good competitive game with this rule set, right? Because I can see multiple different interpretations that you can take this from. You could take this as correct. One inactive enemy command may attempt to intercept from an adjacent space. That's very clear. Only one. Yeah. This one, which seems to allow you to do it from every space. And then there's an in-between, which is probably what is meant from my experience with CDGs, which is that you can attempt until you succeed. And when you succeed, you can't keep attempting. And the reason for that is coordination of forces was difficult at this point. And so you wouldn't get a double interception, right? The way you might in, say, World War I or something like that. Anyway. Whatever. Alrighty. Interception procedure. It doesn't require a play of a card. The intercepting player announces the intercepting commander in force and the intended roll. +1 offensive, plus the opponent's offensive DRM, which is going to be the leftmost bottom number. -1 for a mixed force. -1 across a mountain or alpine pass. On a modified roll of 7 or greater, not going to be easy, place the intercepting command in the moving player's force. The battle occurs immediately if the intercepting force either chooses not or fails to withdraw. Okay. Speaking of withdrawal, who can withdraw? And we'll be stopping after this because I'm pretty much out of tea. A force may attempt to withdraw when an enemy force enters or activates in their spaces under certain circumstances. Depots may not withdraw. An inactive force may attempt to withdraw for free during enemy turns. The first time an activated force enters its space during a particular power turn. Depots are not part of forces and cannot withdraw even if stacked with a friendly force. They can automatically withdraw into a friendly fortress, though, if they're in such a space. If a force moving during an activation or admin force or announced a siege roll is intercepted by the enemy and has at least 2 APs remaining, it may attempt to withdraw. Whether the withdrawal attempt succeeds or fails, the 2 APs are expended. If it succeeds, the force can continue to do other things after being intercepted. Run away. Withdrawals do not require command points. Up to 6 SPs may automatically withdraw into a friendly fortress in the same space, and some can remain outside. If there's no friendly fortress, or if one is present but can't take everyone, you roll a die. You add the defensive DRM, lower right, the other 0. And you add one if at least one friendly CH or guerrilla unit or successful raid marker is in the space. Here you only need a 4 or more, and the remaining force may immediately withdraw 1 space away from the activated intercepting force, but not into the space from which the enemy command entered. You may withdraw from the same enemy command multiple times. A withdrawing force cannot use sea transport. CH guerrillas and leaders. If the withdrawing force consists only of CH guerrillas and or leaders, alone in a space, add +2 to the withdrawal attempts. Leaders alone in a space that fail a withdrawal check are captured and removed from the game. And that'll put us to the supply rolls, which I think I've already hinted have a problem. By the way, somebody mentioned, I don't remember, were there 10 cards here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Just to roll a d10 for these, and yes, I will not be shuffling them. I will indeed be doing that. Kind of a pain in the butt because I don't have any d10s down here, but I'm sure I can get one by the time I start playing. All right, and back on pause. Okay, what do we got here? Supplies. Forces must be in full supply to function at best efficiency. You have to check supply for your major forces only during initial and final supply segments of each friendly power turn in the summer and fall campaigns, and when the FOW attrition chit is revealed each year. Yeah. Let's see. That sounds like a pretty... So... Yeah, okay. Major forces can be in full supply or in one of 4 short supply states. If a force's supply state changes, increase or decrease its marker as appropriate. Major forces cannot voluntarily move or intercept into spaces which would put them out of supply. They can withdraw or retreat into such spaces. An activated force retains its short supply marker even if it has dropped off or lost enough SP that it's no longer a major force. If 2 forces combine, the 2 forces get the worst marker. Minor forces do not check supply. However, a minor force that is created by dropping off SPs receives a short supply marker of the same value. All so far fine. Short supply effects. A major force suffers the following penalties from the marker. It's subtracted from its AP allowance. The value is subtracted from its siege and battle die rolls. The marker's value is increased when the attrition FOW chit is revealed. Regardless, yeah. Forces that remain in short supply in the final supply segment lose SP equal to the value of their short supply marker. And again, limited to major forces, so those minors that have a marker, no big deal yet. During the supply segment of each power's turn, perform the following steps in the following sequence. Initial supply segment only. Buy up to 3 depots by discarding strategy cards. The French player can discard 2 cards per depot, while all other powers need to discard only 1. Now, honestly, this is violating the concept of rules by sequence of play, right? Like, I generally like the rules to be within the sequence of play, even if they can't tell you everything about it. But okay. That's just something, you know, personal taste or whatever. These may be deployed on the map or saved on the player mat. Then you check supply paths for each major force. Place or increase short supply markers on any forces deemed out of supply. Remove short supply markers from forces that now can trace supply. It all sounds good so far. Initial supply segment only. Well, so we have 2 supply segments, right? Is that what they're saying? We have an initial supply segment and then a supply segment. All right. In every supply segment, you check the supply and increase this. So if you're out of supply at the beginning of the turn, you increase. And if you're still out of supply at the end of the turn, you increase again. Jesus, bird's confusing me. Initial supply segment only. Move any and all on-map depot units up to 2 spaces each within the movement rules. This is important because you don't get to move them before you check your supply. However, you do get to place them, and I believe they can be placed within 2 APs of a fortress. Okay, depot placement. Now this is kind of weird. I guess it's a subset of this, but again, depots may be placed in any non-enemy occupied space. They can trace a supply line to any friendly fortress or another friendly same-color depot. A chain of several such same-color depots may be placed during a single supply segment to extend a power's supply lines, but a chain must trace back to the same color fortress as conquered. This is a little weird. This is an additional rule. And here's the thing. So, first of all, I can place in enemy territory, which feels a little weird. Just not occupied. And I can immediately extend off my current supply sources one at a time, chaining my depots. Okay. I'm setting up my supply line for the future. And then I'm allowed to move two more AP with all my supply markers. I get the feeling that the old rules initially were intended to allow for this kind of thing. You'd set your units up within supply and you could move your supply range a little bit further. Here it feels like I can define a really big supply line all at once. But they didn't get rid of the original rule. The one that allows you to move them. And I'm not sure why you would need both. Powers and Allied supply tracing. All Danish, Hanoverian, and Hessians are considered British for supply checks. Bavarians may trace to French supply sources when needed. Naples, Genoese, and Modena can trace to Spanish sources. Saxons may trace to their ally sources on either alliance. Only Bavarians can trace to the fortress of Ingolstadt, which is up here. And it says Bavarian supply only. Remember, you have to trace back to a fortress, I think. Well, actually, we haven't gotten there. Supply sources. Major fortresses, minor fortresses, depots, and ports can be supply sources, and they provide supply to all powers of whichever side controls them. Now, this is where things get a little weirder, because, well, let's keep going. Fortresses. Major and minor fortresses provide unlimited permanent supply. Depots provide unlimited supply, but only temporarily, until the depot removal phase of the next late winter season. They can also be captured or destroyed by the enemy. There's no sign that they have to trace back here anymore. So here's the thing. You could actually create a chain of depots and then move them too. and really, like, you're creating permanent supplies with the depots. They're not extenders, which is what they kind of sound like they were being, but they're not. and ports the French, Spanish, and British may trace to friendly port spaces in the Balearic, Turanian, and Adriatic seas. The British and French can trace to friendly port spaces on their coasts. Okay. Tracing supply. A force traces supply along a path with... now, we've seen that depots are unlimited supply sources, right? Let's keep going. A force traces supply along a path from its space back to an unblocked supply source. The path may be up to 2 APs back to a major fortress, depot, or port, or 1 AP to a minor fortress. Okay. No space in the path may contain more enemy SP than friendly SP. A successful raid side CH or guerrilla marker, and no fortress... let's try this again. No space in the path may contain more enemy SP than friendly. Cannot contain a successful raid side CH or guerrilla marker, and no fortress involved may be blockaded or besieged. We haven't really looked at the markers, have we? I think I got a bunch here. No. I got one here. Yeah, so these, the CH markers of both type, have a raid success. That's what they're talking about with the raid type. And no fortress involved may be blockaded or besieged. Fine. How supply states worsen. Here's where I remember there being issues. A force's supply state worsens if it cannot trace supply during its initial final supply segment for fall or summer campaign, or when the FOW attrition shit is recorded. Fine. It combines with another force with a worse supply state. Okay. An enemy force moves into a space in the supply path and has more SPs than any friendly force in that space. So, essentially, I have to check supply lines all the time. If my supply lines are broken, my supply state worsens immediately. This does not feel the same as the rest of the rules, right? Which seem to indicate there are certain supply points where you have to check supply, but they can break in between. The friendly supply source it formerly traced to has been destroyed, captured, besieged, or blockaded, and no other is within range. Okay. Again, same kind of thing. The supply line can be broken mid-turn, and then you get another supply state worsen check. Now, you were in supply, so you're going to be at 0 short supply. You know, you're not going to have a penalty on you if either of these apply. A CH or guerrilla successful raid occupies a space in the supply path. Supplies can be may be traced into that space from a supply source, but not beyond it. If any of these conditions apply, place a short supply marker on the force. Now here's where it's weird. Or increase the value of an existing marker to a maximum of short supply 4. Whoa. I don't think that latter part is possible by my reading of the rules. I think the only time you check supply failure due to like being cut is if you were in supply. Okay. How supply states improve. The short supply marker is removed if you can trace to a friendly, if you can trace supply in a friendly or initial or final supply segment, fine. If you enter a space containing a friendly fortress or depot or an eligible port, if this depot cannot trace a supply at that very instant, it's removed from the map. Now, the way the rules are actually written, I could be in short supply, not have restored supply by moving to a depot or a port or whatever, right? Okay, so this is really weird, but anyway, we'll get to that in a moment. I could have my supply restored, not gain any benefit from it, and then have it cut again and get another penalty marker on me. Like, I got no benefit from retrieving myself into supply. I could have remained out of supply and moved or whatever to some extent. But then the cutting of that supply line actually hurts me more than never reestablishing it at all. And then also here, enter a space containing a friendly fortress or depot or an eligible friendly port. If the depot cannot trace a supply path at that very instant, it is removed from the map. So resupplying from a depot eats the depot unless it can trace supply. Now, what is the depot's path? It could be back to another depot, and I don't think that other depot has to be in supply, right? Like, I don't think you have to trace a full chain back. So it's not really like, Empires in Arms has depots being used as extenders of supply, allowing you to operate in enemy territory. I don't think it's anything like that, even though it feels a little flavor-wise like it. Capturing supply sources. A captured enemy fortress serves as a friendly supply source as long as it remains under friendly control. I assume Ingolstadt is still only for Bavarians, but a depot is captured if an enemy force enters its space and no friendly force is present, or if it is caught in an enemy overrun action. In either case, it becomes property of the capturing power. Switch it to the power's color. Captured depots may be immediately destroyed at the capturing player's discretion, if you don't think you can hold the place, right? All right. Now we're going to go to irregular troops, but I got to swap batteries out. Irregulars. Austrian Croats and Hussars and the Piedmont Guerrilla Marker are not SPs and cannot garrison fortresses, do not participate in battles, and cannot be eliminated by winter attrition, sieges, or battle. When they're on their front side, they can move. When they're on their back side, they can't be moved, but they're more effective, to be honest. Certain Austrian events allow CH markers to be placed on the map. In addition, during any Austrian campaign segment, including the Austrian winter campaigns, up to 2 CH markers can be adjusted as follows in any combination without the expenditure of any command points. Let's see. Yeah, see, we got the Austrian irregulars in here, and we don't have, what was it, like the free leader move? I don't even remember all the things. The free admin move, there's a free leader move and a free admin move that are just not, they're of the same flavor as these. They show up for anyone, just not in there. I would kind of have liked a list of the things you can do. Sure, maybe the irregulars are harder to remember, but I don't know. If you're the Austrians, you'd probably be pretty interested in figuring out what they're up to. They can be removed from the CH box here and placed either with any Austrian force anywhere on the map or in any Austrian space that is not located in Italy or the Austrian Netherlands. They can be removed from the map and placed back in the CH box, and they can be moved independently up to 2 APs if they're on their mobile sides and already on the map. Historically, hussars are like cavalry. I'm told to pronounce it huzzar! I don't know. In game terms, a hussar marker is not a cav SP and cannot be used as such for any purpose whatsoever. So, it's just cosmetic, the difference between them. Piedmont Guerrillas. A guerrilla is placed in any Piedmontese space when a Piedmont Guerrilla resistance event is played. These events can have other effects. Irregular troop markers have the following effects. On their mobile side, they can move with friendly forces, but don't count as SPs for any purpose, except as described. They do not participate in battles and cannot be removed to satisfy battle losses. Enemy forces entering a space containing a CH or guerrilla marker must spend an additional 1 AP. They aid in Austrian withdrawal attempts. They can block enemy supply paths, counting as the equivalent of 1 regular SP for this purpose. Okay. I don't remember more enemy SPs than friendly SPs. Okay. I was going to say, I don't remember there being a numerical requirement particularly. Yeah, if you have enough forces to guard the path. They are subject to overrun attempts. If a CH marker or a guerrilla is overrun, it's permanently eliminated from the game. What does that mean? Yeah, that's a good question. We haven't hit this before, but I remember it being in the rules somewhere earlier than this. There's something about strength points also being permanently eliminated. I don't know what that means, to be honest. With the CH markers, I just don't know. I just don't know. I mean, there are additional markers. Does that mean this marker is no longer usable? Is it like a limited force pool based on counter mix or something like that. It's not well defined, man. It's not well defined. What they don't do is they don't go back to the CH RAID box. That's fine, but if there's ways of creating them through cards, I don't know. Well, we hope we see. What do we hit next? Okay, on the RAID side, the marker may not be moved and does not participate in battles and cannot be removed to satisfy battle losses. Enemy forces have to pay the extra 1 AP. They aid in Austrian withdrawal. They block enemy supply paths no matter how many enemy SPs enter and remain in that space because they've broken the lines. And they cannot be overrun. They're basically indestructible supply blocks. Very potent. Maybe there's events, but if a CH or guerrilla is placed or moves into an unoccupied space or one occupied only by enemy depots, the owner can choose to flip it to its successful raid side. Any enemy depots in that space are removed. If a CH or guerrilla is placed or moves into a space occupied by enemy SPs, the owning player can choose to attempt a raid. If he does so, he rolls a die. If the result is greater than the number of enemy SPs in the space, he flips the unit to its successful raid side. If not, the unit's removed from the map. A CH marker is placed in the CH box and may be used in a future season. Any enemy depots in the space are not removed in this case. Then we have some kind of supply choice. Now remember, the CH being placed can break a supply line and thus cost SS. And that's probably what this is. Okay, CH and guerrilla marker remover. The guerrilla marker and all CH markers that are not stacked with Austrian forces are removed from the map during the end phase of each campaign season. The CH markers are placed in the CH box and may be used in future seasons as detailed. Guerrillas can only be returned to play-by-play of additional Piedmont guerrilla. So you can have a couple of them that are sort of operating loosely to deal with the enemy's supply situation. You can have some in reserve that you can use for this, but for the most part, you only have 2 of them that you're able to play around with regularly because they just keep getting recycled and go back here and then come back. Oh boy. It's got to be the end here. And then we got the day of battle cards. Yeah, all kind of stuff there. Another 7 pages. So we're about 2/3. I want to light a pipe. I want to bum around a little bit. Just walk around my yard, whatever. Come back. All right, battle. Battle is mandatory between opposing forces that are in the same space after all withdrawal attempts. An activated command must have at least 1 AP remaining when it enters an enemy-occupied space in order to be capable of fighting a major battle. Again, under the normal rules, you know what the enemy forces are, so you don't have to have, like, you have to have it if you're going to fight, you know, if you're not able to do a minor battle. But you must do a minor battle if you can, if you don't have the AP available. Unless you overrun, whatever. And I'm just overstating things, I think. And I can't talk with my pipe in my mouth on the camera. I don't know why. If an activated command moves into the same space as an enemy force, one of the forces must attack. Okay. Leaderless forces can only defend. The player with the best initiative commander has the first choice to attack. If that player declines to attack, his opponent must attack. If opposing commanders have equal initiative, the activated command gets first chance to attack. If it chooses not to, the defending force must attack. A battle always costs the activated command 1 AP. So this is kind of an interesting idea. The attacker's not always the guy who moves in. Weird. You're able to force the lower initiative, right? Yeah. the lower initiative to attack you. When one commander intercepts the enemy, the player with the better initiative commander has the first option to attack. If that player declines, the other player must attack. So you're forcing a battle by moving into the space, but you're not actually launching the attack. I don't remember that being in Clash of Monarchs. It's a neat concept, because by simply being present, like, it's probably to your advantage to be the defender usually. Major battles, activation, and interception. This is blue. The activated force that moved into the space, whether it initiates the attack, declines to attack, but the defender does, or is intercepted and then a battle commences, whether initiated by moving or intercepted force, always costs the moving force 1 AP. If the activated force has moved and was intercepted in its last space, the moving force was not originally entering an enemy space and thus did not have an extra AP available. For such an intercept, a battle would commence despite the moving force not having the AP to spend for it. Fair enough. And I see why that had to be written out. Major battle procedure. Expend an AP to attack if the attacker is an activated command. No. If the attack was caused by an activated command. Wrong. Tally the total SPs on each side to determine the combat results table strength column. This is one of those cases where I think we want to have the table here in order to understand how it works. Tally the total SPs of each side to determine the CRT strength columns. Yeah. Pretty simple. Determine the Army battle ratings. We'll get to that in a bit. But its core is going to be off the Army rating. Determine any mountain or alpine pass adjustments. As an option, you roll a die to see which one of those cards in the table applies. If the card instructs additional leader ratings to be included in the ABRs, note any other card adjustments. Compare the two ABRs to determine each side's die roll modifier. Play up to 2, but it doesn't tell you how to do that. I'm sure we'll see very shortly, but play up to 2 battle cards for each side, which I think will just be in your hand. I don't remember. If we have anything. So this one, and it says battle card up here. Okay. I think we already addressed that, but it's been a while. For me. I'm guessing not all of you, first of all, I'm guessing most of you don't watch all of this, so whatever. But if you've gotten this far, you may have done it in segments like I do, because it's a lot, man. The attacker plays first, then the defender. Add these modifiers to each side's DRM. Determine each side's net total DRM. Then they roll a die, consult the CRT, and apply the results. An activated force may attack a maximum of 3 times in the same space during a single activation. That's interesting, because there has to be a battle. And then we'll see how that plays out, because I got to pay an AP for the first battle. And then I can attack up to twice more? Are those my attacks? Can I force the defender, the person occupying the space, to attack? Because they're kind of playing loosey-goosey with what attack means, as you have here. If the attacker is an activated command, no, it's no matter what. There may have been rules that used to be more like the standard. The interceptor has to attack, and the moving player, whoever moved into the space, is the one who has to attack. That's standard for CDGs. So there's something weird going on here, and I don't think it was in Clash of Monarchs. And I get the feeling that the rules still haven't caught up to that, even in this version. Oh, we gotta swap batteries again. Oh, not a full battery. Great. Yeah, now that one's not charging. Be back. Play so many fucking games with my charger. Now this battery is almost out. Shit. All right, Army battle ratings. Each power has an army rating on their power mat army cards. In a mixed force, the rating of the power that provides the majority of the SPs. If there's no majority, you calculate the average ABRs by tallying the ABRs of all the nations that have SPs in the side and dividing that total by the number of such nations. Fractional results are rounded up on 0.6 or higher. And down if 0.5 or less. I guess if they're between 0.5 and 0.6 somehow, and that seems likely, or possible at least, you just leave it there and deal with whatever impossible situation. Yeah, that's not a good way of doing things. The intention at the 0.6 I kind of like, because 0.5 is often very easy to get to, and it feels like you're getting a benefit that feels a little illegitimate. Some events improve Army ratings to help remember the upgrade, flip the respective Army markers to their higher side. The French and Prussians are that way. The improved rating applies to all forces, not just those in armies. Each commander adds his respective offensive or defensive rating to his battle rating. Now, I don't know if there are some who are rated better on one or the other. Most of what I see, here's one. Okay. Traun is better on defense. So there might be cases where it's to your advantage by leader to choose to attack or whatever. For the most part, I'm guessing it's going to be to your advantage to defend. But we shall see. It may just not matter much. Net ABR DRM. Both sides' final ABRs are compared, and the smaller is subtracted from the larger to determine the net die roll. This will be added to the superior ABR's side, not subtracted from the lesser. So you can do more damage by being better. You can't reduce the damage that you're taking. If the attacker entered a battle space through passes, they get a DRM. Mountain is -2 to the moving force. The other force gets +2. No moving force battle cards that involve the use of cavalry. In Alpine, -3 to the moving, +2 to the other force. No moving force battle cards. Automatically add 1 SP loss to the moving force's side. Are these repeated here? They had better be. They are different. Oh, great. So this is -3 +2. This is -3 +3. Not cool at all. Again, this is the somewhere it has the version on it. Version 2 down here. This is the replacement packet, and this is the replacement packet rules. Joy? I will probably end up going with the player aid. I actually trust the rules more, but I don't want to mark the player aid up with permanent ink, and I just don't know. I just don't know. Exception. French La Bourche says Mountain Coup event negates the attacker's negative DRM. Now, I hope this says it on the card, because otherwise I'm never going to remember that. If it does say it on the card, it's not necessary here. It's totally unnecessary. Like, alright. After any optional Day of Battle cards effects have been enacted, players may play up to 2 battle cards in their hand to influence the battle. The number of cards depends on the attacking commander's offensive DRM and the defending commander's defense DRM. DRM of 0 or 1, you can only play 1. 2 or greater, you can play 2. Player can always choose to play fewer than they're allowed to. A force that does not have a commander may not play battle cards. Battle card DRMs are added or subtracted from the appropriate side's total. They may have other effects too. Combat resolution and results. Yeah, I gotta do something with batteries. This is, when it gets to a certain level of low, it's gonna shut off. So I don't want to chance that. Alrighty. Each player rolls a die, adds the modifiers, finds the modified result, and corresponds to the size of force. That's going to be a percentage loss inflicted on the enemy force. You multiply the percentage by your total SPs in your own force to determine how many SPs the enemy force loses. Fractional SPs are rounded up if 0.6 or higher, down if 0.5 or lower, and again, you're left in a no man's zone if they end up between those two. I can't believe that hasn't been caught. Just a proofreader should see that and say, huh? And there are proofreaders for this. The majority of SPs lost must be from the commander's power if possible. The majority. Every fourth SP lost must be a Cav SP if present. Set all lost SPs aside for possible future use as reinforcements, as opposed to removed from the game permanently. Leader losses. After each major battle, roll 2 dice for each side that has a commander present. On a result of 12, roll again. If the second die roll is 2 through 11, one randomly selected subordinate commander from that side is killed. If none are present, there's no effect. If it's a 12, the senior commander is killed. If any leader's entire force is eliminated due to combat or siege, all leaders are eliminated, considered killed or captured. Victory in battle, the side that loses the most SP losses is the loser. If both sides' SP losses are equal, the side with the higher ABR is the winner. If both sides have equal losses in ABRs, the battle's a draw. The winning force, if the winning force suffered any SP loss, it gets a warn marker, or raises its warn marker 1 level, up to a maximum of warn -3. If a force that is already warned fights a major battle, its marker is automatically increased by 1 level, even if it wins and suffers no SP losses. In a draw battle, both sides receive or increase their warn marker. The defeated force is demoralized. Okay, so only the winning force or a tie gets a warn marker. This is important, because I think they're cumulative. The defeated force is demoralized, place a DM marker on it, or flip its commander's marker to his DM side. A major victory. If the defeated side in a land battle lost 25% or more of its SPs and lost 5 or more SPs, if the defeated side in a sea battle lost 4 or more sections. The winner of a major victory earns 1 victory point, and the loser suffers a monarchical will loss. Now, remember these things back here. So this, I think, would count as an event victory point, because you can't calculate it from the map position. And the monarchical will, of course, would just get decreased in that case. Well, that was loud. All right. The losing side must retreat 1 space or 2 spaces if the victor won a major victory. A retreating force must retreat as a single stack to the same space. A retreating defending force may not retreat into the space from which the attacking force entered. Retreats must be towards the nearest friendly unbesieged fortress. Depots may not retreat and are captured. Retreating forces must try to avoid enemy-occupied spaces, including ones occupied only by enemy depots. If the only spaces available are occupied solely by enemy depots, the retreating force may enter it and automatically captures the depot. Bonus! Forces that must retreat into or through enemy-occupied spaces cannot overrun, and they lose 1 SP for each 5 enemy SPs present. Fractions rounded down unless they're less than 5, in which case it loses at least the 1. Retreating forces must end their retreat in a non-enemy occupied space and must retreat additional spaces if necessary to reach one, losing more SPs. Retreating forces may not be intercepted. Forces already in a friendly fortress can retreat into the fortress up to 6 SPs. Retreating after a failed relief. If a relieving command, relieving a siege, attacks an enemy besieging force and is defeated, it cannot retreat into the besieged fortress. If the besieged garrison participated, it must retreat back to the fortress. All makes sense. Voluntary retreat. If the battle results in a draw, first the attacker, then the defender may choose to retreat 1 space. If neither chooses to withdraw, both forces remain in the same space. If both sides in a major battle lost the same number of SPs and have the same ABR, the battle is a draw. The active force may immediately fight a minor battle if it outnumbers the opposing force by 2 to 1, or can initiate another major battle if its commander has AP left, otherwise the two forces simply remain. So that's the one way that forces remain, is a draw in battle, and you can do up to 3 battles in the space. Okay, fair enough. We're going to stop there because my battery situation is so questionable at this point. That thing's not charging. Actually, we may be in better shape than I think. This stopped, which means I can replace it. That one I need to fiddle with, but this one's still pretty good. The one in the can. I don't know how much longer I want to go, but Warned and Demoralized seems like we should get through this. Sieges looks like it's a different thing. Sieges and sorties, you know, and we're getting close to the end. So let's just do this, and then I'll go take a break and watch some video or something. There are 3 levels of Warn and 1 of Demoralization. Their effects are listed below. Any force without those is considered in good order. A warned force suffers a negative DRM equal to its warned level if attacking or defending in battle, up to -3. A demoralized force may not intercept, initiate battle, or major battle, or overrun. It may conduct sieges and can defend in battle, but it has a -2 DRM to its siege and its defense battle rolls. Warned forces can intercept siege, initiate battles, and overrun, but they're penalized when fighting major battles. Now, to me it looks like they combine. You could be warned and demoralized, and being warned to -3 is in some ways worse than demoralized, so you wouldn't want them not to be cumulative, but okay, whatever. Splitting and combining warned and demoralized. If a warned or demoralized force splits, the resulting force is inherent marker. If they combine, the warned or demoralized marker... Oh, if they combine with a force that's in good order that contains more SPs, the warned or demoralized marker is removed. If they combine with a force in good order that contains the same or fewer, the resulting force is also warned and demoralized. That's not sufficient. You want it to be, it maintains the worst of them, and if warned and demoralized can both exist on a single force, it would get both. So, oh, crap. All right, we're almost done anyway. Warned and demoralized forces rally. Remove all warned and demoralized markers. During a power's rally segment, all forces automatically rally. When's a rally segment? At the end of your campaign card. So after you fight and whatever, you get to rally all your forces. Well, that's kind of cool. A demoralized force rallies if it wins a battle and the defending side. An activated command can rally by expending 1 AP plus AP is equal to its commander's initiative rating. A commander can rally only once in a given activation. Exception: you can remove 1 depot from anywhere on the map or your player map to reduce the rally AP cost by 2, but never to less than 1. So if it's absolutely vital to rally forces, you can eat supplies, even supplies that are sort of not really deployed, but they're available somewhere. So that's kind of interesting. Anywhere on the map, yeah, okay. So yeah, you don't have to be in supply or anything like that for this to happen. They just magically transport. All right, we're going to stop there because we got to figure out our battery situation. After some raid, magic milkshakes, some more raid, a lot more raid. It's a little past the witching hour. Let's move on. All right. There's major and minor fortresses. Fortress is friendly if you have a garrison in it. When an enemy command first enters a friendly fortress space, that player can automatically withdraw some or all of his forces and depots into that fortress. A force outside can be attacked in battle. Force inside can only be attacked by can only be besieged or blockaded. Fortresses can be garrisoned by up to 6 strength points, plus any number of leaders and depots. If a fortress is ungarrisoned, you can capture it if there's no friendly SPs, well, friendly to the fortress, entered by an enemy force that has at least 2 infantry SPs, that has to expend the action points to besiege it, 1 for a minor, 2 for a major. There's no siege roll, but otherwise it's treated as if a breach has happened. The enemy force stops moving if an enemy force stops moving in an ungarrisoned friendly fortress space but does not capture it, place a held marker to show that it's still friendly controlled. So yeah. So those are, I didn't realize what they were. I thought they were some sort of control markers. There's a whole bunch of these. And then there's not enough of these to represent Louisbourg and the Indian territories, for whatever reason. Obviously, you know, if enough of these have changed hands or whatever, that's fine. I can make counters and whatever, or use the held markers for them, but it feels like something's missing, you know? Okay. And I'm assuming these count, including Pondicherry, which is not marked as controlled by anyone. But it looks like it is. Barrier Treaty Fortress Garrisons. Okay. There are 3 historic barrier treaties. The 4 Austrian fortresses up there held by the Dutch can only be garrisoned by Dutch SPs. Other Allied forces may be in those spaces, but they must remain outside those fortresses. I am assuming that the French can occupy them, or Bourbon forces can occupy them after capturing them. As written, however, that does not appear to be the case. Only if they get the Dutch under their control. But, and, you know, no, the French did not sign these treaties. When an active force, but somebody reading these rules could easily, the way they're written, that's what they say. When an active force enters an enemy fortress space, the fortress is considered blockaded if the following criteria are met. No enemy force with more than 25% of the blockading force's SP remains in the space outside the fortress, and the blockading force has at least 5 strength points for a minor fortress, at least 10 for a major. In either case, infantry SP must outnumber Cav SP in the blockading force. I do not like how that's written and what that implies. So, I could have a very large force, right, with plenty of infantry that could easily blockade, and not enough cav, or too many cav. And I don't know. I guess you could say that's okay because I can define the force that's blockading as being separate from other stuff that's in the hex or in the space, but I'm not sure that's always the case. I think there's sometimes when they're conglomerated as a force, like for battle or whatnot. I don't know. Blockaded fortresses cannot be used for supply. Minor fortress, it's 5 SP. Yeah, we got that. Okay. Sieges. An active command may conduct sieges for 1 AP for minor, 2 for major. For a siege roll, we're going to want the chart for this again. To conduct a siege, you have to meet the blockade requirements, and an activated command has to have enough SPs to conduct the siege and enough APs to make the siege roll. How many SPs do I need to conduct the siege? Don't know. Is it just a blockading requirement? Don't know. I don't see anything here that indicates anything greater than that. Why would I have to have the minimum number of SPs to conduct the siege? And maybe it's listed somewhere else, but I don't see where. It really should be here. You shouldn't tell me the minimum number of SPs to conduct the siege unless you tell me what that is. And if I've met the blockading requirements, then I have that, right? Like, then I don't need this as a separate sentence. And again, made it through 2 printings. Many modifiers only apply to major fortresses. Multiple commands making a siege. A second activated command moving into a besieged space may continue a siege that another command started, but I think it has to meet the requirements on its own. Not necessarily to blockade, I don't know. I really don't know. Okay, so the siege table can give me a +1 to the siege marker. And then there's a little marker that gets incremented. This goes up to siege +3 with an HW on it, which means that the fortress is breached. In any succeeding siege roll, the remaining garrison will automatically be granted honors of war. I already mentioned this, but for honors of war, the fortress capitulates, but the garrison is granted honors of war. Transfer the besieging force into the nearest friendly fortress space. This is the idea that you defended it well enough that you deserve to be let out. Now, that's very much a Western European way of thinking. I'm not sure it always applied anyhow, but okay. With a breach, the besieger captures any depots inside and the garrison SPs and leaders are eliminated. Not removed from the game forever, just eliminated. I think leaders are removed forever. Besieger loses 1 SP. Garrison loses 1 SP. Those are pretty obvious. If this eliminates the garrison's last SP, the fortress still doesn't surrender. The besieging player has to spend another AP to conduct a minor siege and capture the ungarrisoned fortress. Now this is interesting. Okay? A major fortress without SP would require 2 action points to be besieged, normally. But it looks like here, maybe you have to do it right away or whatever, you have a special opportunity to do a minor siege against fortresses that are major. I mean, you've already spent some effort, whatever, I don't know. Raising the siege. That is not a result. It's a different number. Okay, cool. Remove the siege marker for the besieging force. If the besieging force becomes leaderless, falls below the minimum number of blockade SPs required, or leaves the fortress space for any reason. I don't think there are 0 siege markers. So, oh yeah, yes there are. How about that? I thought there were just +1, +2, and both had +3 HW on the back or something like that. There's something of that nature. Siege and blockade restrictions. Garrisons. When blockaded or besieged, a force in a fortress cannot leave unless it fights a battle in the fortress space first. If a relieving command is in the space and committed to a battle against the enemy, the besieged blockaded force can come out and add its strength to the total. In either case, if the enemy retreats or falls below the minimum, and it can go the other way too, in odd circumstances. If the enemy retreats or falls below the minimum SP for maintaining the siege or blockade, the siege marker is removed and the fortress may leave the space. I think you get a 0 siege marker when you start doing a siege. I don't remember something that said that happens, but that seems to be the case. I don't know that it's absolutely necessary, but because you pay the same to start a siege in either case, and you're blockading in either case, and whatever, could be helpful. I don't know. If the enemy wins the battle or the result is a draw, the garrison is still trapped and cannot leave. The relieving force cannot retreat into the fortress, and if they're defeated, they probably have to run away. Placement and transfers. Forces, leaders, and depots may not be placed in besieged blockaded fortresses and may not redeploy. Fortress VPs. A captured fortress yields its listed VPs. Here's a fortress. It has no VPs. Here's a fortress with 2. Okay. Here's a non-fortress with VPs. Okay. The active player gains and the defending patron loses these victory points. If a captured fortress yields 4 or more captured SPs, the siege counts as a major victory, plus 1 VP to the winner, and the loser loses a monarch well. These awards are cumulative. I think that's the same, like, I think normal spaces can also be captured and generate victory points, but... Fleet sorties. The French, British, and Spanish have Atlantic and Mediterranean fleets that can sortie to aid their war efforts. The British Atlantic Fleet only may receive enhanced leadership DRM modifiers through event play. And there are markers that look like this. They go in the fleet box when obtained. Fleet strength can be increased through reinforcement events and reduced by losses due to combat and day of battle storm cards. Fleet sortie events and markers. The British or French can only conduct a fleet sortie by playing a fleet sortie event card or expending a fleet sortie marker. 1 fleet sortie marker is received each time that a card with the fleet sortie symbol is played on it for CPs. Okay, that's not how I thought it worked. Yeah, you get a bonus marker. Okay. Fleet sorties may occur during the event phases in a player's own power turn or to attempt naval interception of enemy fleet sorties during a hostile player power turn. Yeah, okay. I think that's the act of doing it, not just the card triggering it. Fleet sortie options. Fleet sortie can be used for sea transport. Move up to 15 friendly strength points at depot and any number of leaders from one friendly port to another. Any number of friendly fleet sections may escort the transports. The transports being the units, I guess. I guess you just have free merchant transport for that 15 strength points. Transfer. Up to 3 fleet sections may be transferred from the Atlantic to the Med or vice versa. No additional escort allowed. Naval interception. You can attempt to fight an enemy fleet that is performing any type of fleet sortie. The player attempting naval interception rolls a die and consults naval interception table. If the attempt succeeds, any number of fleet sections may intercept, and a naval combat roll is made to determine the results of the ensuing naval engagement. Modifiers may apply to both rolls as detailed. In the treasure voyage, the French player may conduct 1 treasure voyage per year. When the treasure fleet FOW is revealed. To do so, there must be at least 1 French fleet section in the Atlantic Fleets box. Any number of French and Spanish fleet sections may escort the treasure. The British player may attempt a naval interception if there's at least 1 British fleet section in the Atlantic box. Okay, we got an interesting question here, a couple of interesting questions. When I do sea transport and I escort, what happens to the escorts? And then down here we have fleet bombardment, which is not in as not in the capitalized font, but whatever. It's an optional rule. It's another thing you can do. But I got a real question with escorts. So if I do a fleet transport, a sea transport, I'm assuming my escort returns to wherever it came from, as opposed to if I end up doing a transport into the Med, which I think I'm allowed to do. It says 1 port to another, 1 friendly port to another. I think the fleet goes back up into here, but I'm not sure. If it didn't work that way, it would kind of count as a transfer. But it also kind of makes sense that I wouldn't have to go home. Hey boy. Okay. Atlantic and Med. Maybe it handles it here, but I doubt it. Only fleet sections in the Atlantic box may intercept or escort fleet sorties in the Atlantic. and only fleet sections in the Med can do so. Oh, I think I know how this works. I think you allocate escorts with the sections. So the Atlantic part would be escorted by the Atlantic fleets. The Med part would be escorted by the Med fleets. Gotcha. I bet you. Only fleet sections in the Med can do so in the Mediterranean. Treasure voyages take place exclusively in the Atlantic, as I trip over my tongue. Transfers are subject to 2 interception attempts, one by any hostile fleet sections in the Atlantic and one by any in the Med, assuming, transfers. Thus, a single transfer can cause 2 separate naval combats. If a sea transport passes from the Med into the Atlantic or vice versa, it too is subject to 2 naval interceptions and may be escorted in each body by any sections in the appropriate fleet's box. Thus, a single transport can cause 2 naval combats, and I think it's only escorted by its appropriate fleet. Like I said, if while you're in the Atlantic, you can be escorted by the Atlantic fleet. While you're in the Med, by the Med fleet. Maurepas descent. To attempt Maurepas descent, invasion of England. Yeah, whatever. The French player must have both F-29 and F-30 cards in his hand. Okay, I hope the cards say that. If the outcome of the 2 Maurepas descent events results in a successful French landing in England, the following rules apply. The force has 3 APs after landing. The force is considered in full supply for the remainder of its activation only. A short supply 1 marker is automatically placed on it at the end of its activation, but it doesn't look like it takes supply losses. The force cannot be reinforced and is reduced by 1 SP at the end of each French power turn. And presumably that might be a very small force, but I think it's still affected by this, even though the short supply only affects large forces. The British, and again, this is why you don't do rules by cards. Like the rules should be in the card. It shouldn't be necessary to be here. We've discussed it again and again. The British recall event, card B33, is eligible to be played immediately after the French landing activation is complete. Okay. Since the French cannot place a depot in England or Scotland, the force will automatically be insupplied after its first activation, but that won't matter if it's small. The French plans to, well, it will, because it loses, 1 SP at the end of each French power turn. So you better be doing stuff with it. The French had plans to attempt an invasion of England, which were wrecked by the winter storm in 1744 and left their embarkation port of Dunkirk in shambles. The invasion was postponed and subsequently forgotten. Fair enough. Winter quarters. Hey, we're almost done. We're almost done. We still have the optional rules, which of course I'm gonna be playing with some of them. So. During winter quarters phase of the early winter campaign season, all players move their forces into winter quarters and inflict attrition on major forces that cannot do so without conducting extra movement. During winter quarters phase, all of the belligerent forces a player has present in a single space are automatically combined into a single force. This may cause several minor forces to become a major force. So I think you're allowed to, not have a major force in a space normally. Neat. That seems like it's going to be weird, but moving into winter quarters, I honestly can see a space with 4 stacks in it or something like that. Boy, is that going to be obnoxious. I doubt it's often the case, but I'm worried about this. Each player performs the following actions in precise order. All friendly depots can be moved up to 2 spaces. All friendly major forces that are not in the same space as a friendly depot, fortress, square space, which is, I think, just this. They give an EG on it, right? No, they don't here. They did somewhere. I think it's the only thing that qualifies as a square space in the game. Or port, Italian theater only, must move up to 2 APs towards such a space. Major forces cannot split up as they move into winter quarters. No intercepts allowed. Each major force that cannot receive a space containing a friendly depot, fortress, square space, or port, Italian theater only, within the 2 APs suffers winter attrition and is then transferred to the nearest such space. Only one winter attrition in the way. Exception, a major force that is moving into winter quarters may leave up to 5 SPs, i.e. a minor force, behind in a friendly controlled victory point space that it starts in or passes through. The reduced force is still subject to winter attrition even if it is no longer a major force. Probably not a good idea, because if a major force suffers winter attrition, 20% of its SPs in the Italian theater, 10% outside the Italian theater. Why is Italy so bad in the winter? Not what I would think. Every 4th SP eliminated by a given player during a winter quarters phase must, if possible, be a cavalry SP. My guess is that, they're settling down with hot Italian babes, A force intercepted on a winter turn suffers a 10% winter attrition penalty applied after the result of the intercept. Now, realize you can't intercept the winter quarters movement, but it's possible that there's winter activations. 10% winter attrition applied after the results of the intercept, the battle, or enemy withdrawal at all, regardless of the space the intercepting force ends up in. If it is not a winter quarters space, after this attrition, it will be transferred to a suitable winter quarters space without any additional losses. Percentages, round up from 0.6, down from 0.5. If it's in between, I guess you take no losses. I don't know. You just take nothing. Okay, here they give an example. It's 23, loses 2. Yeah, that's rounded down. 27. Yeah, tell me what to do if it's, I don't know. Because these are 10% losses. Tell me what to do in Italy if it's gonna land in between. All right. In addition to normal percentage attrition, demoralized major forces lose an additional 1 SP. I think this is regardless of where they are. A major force loses an additional SPs equal to the value of its short supply marker. Again, so this is weird because it's if a major force suffers winter attrition, I think that's under that. These are more dots, but the calculate looks like it refers to these dots. I always have trouble when people start doing shit like this. 10th strength point loses 2 SP. A demoralized 10 in Milan that has a -3 short supply loses 6 SP. But what about one that's in a legitimate space, like in winter quarters? I don't know. Again, it's leaving shit ambiguous. These aren't the worst cases in the rules, but there's still shit that, like, damn it, man, how could you not catch this stuff on, the amount of effort that was put into printing a new rulebook and the cost. Evicted forces. If due to enemy winter campaign activity, a force was evicted from its winter quarter space, it may expend another 2 APs in the friendly power turn to move towards a space containing a friendly depot, fortress, square space, or port, Italian theater only. If an evicted major force cannot receive that space, cannot reach such a space, it suffers winter attrition. It's theoretically possible for the same major force to suffer winter attrition 3 times, once in winter quarters phase and twice more in the friendly power turns of both winter campaign seasons. Great. I don't have the throat to keep going, so we're going to break for a little bit. To be able to read aloud a lot longer. I don't know if it's the smoking, the air down here also gets to me, but I think anything, I don't know. Anyway. Reinforcement strength points. Belligerent powers get reinforcement SPs from their spring reinforcement boxes. Okay. French, Bavarian, British, Piedmont, Austrian, Prussian, and Spanish resource SPs listed on Powers map. We have subsidies here. Did we have England? British. I have an army max size, max total army size, This is the Dutch. No, this is the other nations. I'm not seeing anything that seems to indicate a reinforcement rate there. Okay. As listed on Powers Mats. Yeah. Now I got +5 reinforcements per year, but I don't have any Oh, there we go. Kingdom reinforcements. 2 infantry SP per year, 3 infantry. That's where it is. Okay. So, yeah, you're not getting a lot. Remember, you can throw cards away to get extra SP. Given the numbers here, it's beginning to look a little bit more promising because to do that, because yeah, you do not get a lot of free reinforcements. Okay. Subsidy SP depot markers. SP placed to events. Whenever a given power receives more than 1 infantry SP as a reinforcement, the controlling player may choose to replace 2 infantry SP with a cav. Okay. Good enough. Neutral powers do not receive reinforcements. However, France may receive additional SP due to a successful treasure voyage while it is still neutral. Alright. Powers may gain or lose SP due to meeting or failing to meet geographic treasure fleet or subsidy event requirements listed. Alright. But we have a maximum army size, and we don't know, like, I haven't calculated out what's sitting. Let's take a look at the English. The English are supposed to have 25 SP, maximum 6 cav. And they start the game with 3. Those are Hanoverians. So, yeah, they don't start with their army mostly mustered. I could look at other nations as well, but those are all going to be harder to see. Piedmont might be of interest to see what they show up as. Piedmont has a maximum army size of 35, 7 of which can be cav. It's just going to be here. Oh, those are Austrians. Here we go. 5, 6, 7, 8, and 2 cav. 9, 10, 11, 12, and 2 cav. So, yeah, most of these nations are nowhere near their force pool limits. Again, I don't know. I remember something saying things were permanently eliminated. I don't know. I know that can happen to the CH counters. I don't know what happens if troops become eliminated permanently. How we mark that. I seem to remember there was a case where that happened, but I don't know. All right. Powers can gain or lose. Bavarian subsidy ends when Austria occupies Munich. All right. I don't know what these subsidies come to. They say subsidies meet this. So, like, there's British subsidies here. Do I just get them? It sounds like it because of the Bavarian subsidy. But I don't know. Like 1 infantry per year for any 1 Spanish ally. Does that include Spain? Probably not. It probably is just allies in addition to this. Maybe the rules will tell us. I doubt it. Reinforcement SP are placed in any of the power's non-enemy occupied home spaces, minor power SPs in their spaces. For Austria, this includes Italy and the Austrian Netherlands. British must be placed in England. Hanoverian, Hessian, and Danish are placed in Hanover. Regardless of all of the circumstances, a minor power cannot receive reinforcement of SPs if its capital space is enemy occupied. Yeah, I'm not sure what it qualifies as a minor power. You know, like, is Hanover a minor power? Again, it's not in the terms of major minor power. At least not here. There was a section on powers in geopolitics. Ooh. So Hanover is treated as British territory? Minor powers. Okay, Bavaria, Saxony, Italy, Naples, Genoa, Modena, Holy Roman Empire, and Germany. These are, I guess, minor powers, all of them. Some of them aren't real, like Germany has no troops or anything, but okay. I'm going to take this as a list of all the minor powers, and anything that's not on there would not be subject to this problem. So Hanover, for example, or Denmark. Well, Denmark doesn't have a capital. Holland was not a minor power, according to this. Right? Holland is not a minor power. What is it? I don't know. Does it have a capital? Yeah, I don't know, right? Like, I know Munich is Bavaria's capital, but why do I know that from the game? I don't have a good answer to that. I do not have an answer. Except that it's in parentheses here. So a minor power has a capital only if it's in parentheses here. Which I think, I don't know. And like, Piedmont is not a minor power. I think it's something else, because it's not in that list. French reinforcements. The following special rules apply to French reinforcement SPs only. If Paris is enemy occupied, half the total French reinforcements received during, including any from a treasure voyage, round up. The remainder are lost for that year. Starting in 1745, the number of French reinforcement SPs received is reduced by 5 if Antwerp is not friendly controlled. This can include removing SP from any treasure voyage reinforcements received. Well, we only get 3 per year, so that's going to suck. Ouch. Well, 3 plus 1 cav. Wow. That's going to suck. I assume we don't have to remove from the board if our reinforcement total is 0. Monarchical will. This is a representation of the power's relative willingness to continue the war. When British, French, and or Austrian MW drops to a certain level, the game may end, as it's assumed the powers agree to a serious peace talks. When Prussian, Spanish, or Piedmontese fault is 0, I thought it was just French and British over here. I don't know. There was something. When British, French, and or Austrian, the game may end. When Prussian, Spanish, or Piedmontese fault is 0, the power in question is considered to have ceased hostilities and all its forces are immediately and permanently removed from the game. Well, there's one way things are removed, but the power is out of the game at that point. What happens to their territory? I don't know. Can I just walk in and take stuff? I don't know. Use the MW track. As each power's MW changes, move its MW marker to the corresponding amount. This may change as a result of events, alliances, battles, and the capture and loss of fortresses. Victory points. It says 4 different scenarios, each with its own victory conditions. There's tracks. There's event VP, which are provided to clearly track each power's VP awarded due to event cards and game events. Net event VP value plus enemy city fortress VPs yields the actual VP total. So I think the on-map stuff is going to represent the difference between the two. Capturing enemy and neutral spaces. In general, when a power captures an enemy VP space, that power adds the VP to its total, and the original owner subtracts it. If the power captures a neutral VP space, for example, France takes Frankfurt. Okay. That power adds the VPs, but nobody subtracts them. If an enemy power such as England then takes Frankfurt, France would lose a VP and the English gain it. That sounds more like an example rather than the general rule, but each power's VP spaces and fortresses that are recovered from an enemy control return those VPs to the original power. Allies cannot claim each other's VP spaces for VP accrual. VPs can go negative, I guess. Conquered capital VPs. London, Paris, Vienna, Berlin, and Turin are the on-map capitals of their powers. If a hostile force enters or occupies one of these capital spaces, VPs may be awarded as follows. Okay, occupation. If a friendly force occupies an enemy capital at the end of a given scenario, that player gets the number of VPs printed in the space. Okay, we can just track that. The first time that a friendly force enters an enemy capital, the following additional VPs are awarded to that player. These are awarded immediately and are not lost, which I assume means their event. 3 additional VPs for London, Paris, or Vienna, 1 additional for Berlin or Turin. Displaced monarch. If Louis or George has been displaced, the power who forced him to displace is awarded 1 VP. This is an award that the power can only gain once per game. No way to mark that, but... Variable VPs by power. 2 spaces have dual VP values, color-coded for their power. Milan is worth 3 for Spain only, and therefore is kind of yellowish, which looks Spanish. And where's the other? And Naples is 3 VP to Austria, 1 for Spain, which is not what it looks like. It looks like it's 3 for Austria, 1 for anyone else. But I guess Spain kind of owns that to begin with. Holy Rolling Empire status. The French player is awarded 1 VP for each year that the Bavarian Charles VII is the HRE during the late winter campaign season. This victory point is still awarded after Charles VII dies on his FOW event until the Austrians have fully completed the Regain the Crown. There's no HRE at the start of 1740 in campaign. Okay. Allied Miners Space VPs. Allied Miners VPs are added to their alliance power but are lost as the enemy occupies them. Unallied minor VPs. Victory points for capture of an unallied minor power accrue to the new conqueror, but are not subtracted from any formal alliance. Okay. English distrust of army VP penalty. If the British player has more than 8 SP total in English spaces at the end of an early winter campaign turn, deduct a VP from the British total. This restriction is lifted by play of the British Recall event, or if a French SP ever occupies a space in England or Scotland, or any of the 45 rebel forces are within 2 spaces of London. End game victory points. Immediate end. If the game ends because of Austrian MW is 0, award the French player another 3 victory points. If the French MW is at 0 at game end, award the Austrian player another 2. Several scenarios have specific criteria. Automatic decisive victory. In the campaign game, the game may end at any time if the Bourbon power's combined victory point total is 23 or more, and Charles VII is crowned. We already did this. And the game will end at the end of the current season as a decisive Bourbon victory. If Charles VII is not currently HRE, the Bourbons need 26 or more victory points to achieve an automatic decisive. If Austria's VP total is 9 or more at the end of the current season, the game ends in an automatic decisive pragmatic victory. If no automatic victory occurs, The game ends in the season specified. Each scenario's victory conditions decide each power's... each victory conditions define the levels of victory for each power. Whoever gets the highest level of victory is the scenario's overall winning. Now, the automatic victory doesn't appear to be national. Which feels funny. The player who achieves the highest level of victory is the scenario's overall winner. If two or more players reach the same, it's the one with the most victory points. British Piedmont cannot win unless both Britain and Piedmont win at least marginal victories. The Prussian-Spanish cannot win unless both Spain and Prussia win at least marginal victories, or Prussia wins a decisive. In a two-player game, it's different. If Austria gets decisive, the pragmatic player wins regardless of any other power's victory level. If Austria does not get a decisive, each power's victory level is converted to a score, and your highest overall score is the winner. All right, let's go with the optional rules and see what we got. Day of battle cards. This is an optional rule being used. You randomly draw, or roll for, a day of battle card before resolving any major battle or naval interception in combat and apply its effects. And then the card's reshuffled back into the deck. If the total number of SPs in a major battle on both sides is 90 or greater, use the large battle effects listed on the card. Otherwise, use the top portion of the card. Okay. They will usually make battles less bloody than they would be otherwise. Cav superiority. In a land battle between major forces of 10 SP or more on both sides, if one side has 4 more cavalry strength points than the other side, the inferior side gets a -1 to its battle die roll. Colonial influence. Okay. This may give us some answers to this shit. The French and British players may play one 3+ CP card per year for colonial influence. This represents an attempt to send more troops and protect their colonies, threaten those of other powers, influence native politics, etc. All abstracted, the active player declares which of the two regions he will attempt to influence, Louisbourg or in India, and discards a card. He then places a colonial influence marker, British or French side, up in the chosen area. When a colonial event affecting either area is played, all British and French CI markers in the area are rolled for before the event's resolved. French CIs are successful on 1 to 3, while British ones are successful on a 1 through 5. Each success marker provides the player in question with a +1 or -1 DRM when the colonial event is rolled for. I don't know that there's success markers. You roll for the markers, and I guess you leave them there if they're successful to modify the event roll. Only influence markers are placed in Louisbourg and India. SPs, leaders, and depots are not allowed. A colonial influence can be rolled for only once, and then it's returned to the marker pool, whether it's successful or not. You can buy as many as desired, but only one per year. Limited intelligence. We're not going to play with this. Players are allowed to see only the commander of an enemy stack and must be told if there's an enemy depot. Beyond this, the enemy force size are only revealed when the activated force attempts an overrun minor battle or initiates a major battle. One reason I don't like that rule, other than that I'm playing it solo and it's going to be problematic to cope with, but the main reason I don't like it is that there's no rules for what happens if I try to march into an area and I can't with my last action point. And how limited your intelligence should be. Like, I'm willing to say, yeah, you've got limited intelligence broadly, but if you're adjacent to a unit, you probably have a pretty good idea how big that force is. Probably. I'm not saying there wouldn't be surprises, but you probably should. Sovereign CIC's limits. To mitigate uncommon good luck, bad luck, I'm picking Louis must lead, George shall command, limit each sovereign to taking field twice per game. Nah, fuck that. Sovereigns changing aims. For 1744 and 1746, that is not what we're doing. Players are basically able to do a big admin march to rearrange what they're set up to do. Fleet bombardment. On place of a fleet sortie, the controlling player may remove any number of fleet sections from the Atlantic or Mediterranean holding box and declare that he's bombarding any one coastal space in that body of water. Fleet bombardment sorties may be intercepted as usual if naval interception is neither attempted nor succeeds. No, if it is either... Wait. So, either or is one has to succeed. Neither nor is neither can succeed. They are not the same. They are not duplicates. Anyway, I know what's intended there. If naval interception is either not attempted nor succeeds, I think would work. The controlling player rolls one die for each bombarding fleet section. Each 6 eliminates one enemy depot or SP in the designated coastal space. All depots must be eliminated before any SPs can be removed. Sure, we'll play with that, whatever. Limited French and Prussian supply sharing. Okay. Before, you couldn't do it. Now, French SPs must trace to French or Spanish sources, but 5 SP or less may trace to a Prussian source. Does that matter? Prussian SP must trace to Prussian sources. 5 SP or less may trace to a French source. I don't think you need to trace supply ever with a force that small, so sure, we'll play with that. Using neutral force, and maybe I'm missing something here, but I really don't think that has any impact on play. I think that is some kind of artifact of something. The French, Spanish, and British players may conduct fleet sortie transport missions carrying up to 15 SP from a friendly port to a neutral port space. Such missions are subject to naval interception, and if the British conducts a neutral port invasion using SPs from an Atlantic port, the mission is subject to 2 intercept attempts at the French player's option. Okay. Sure. Mega optional rule, mulligan's not going to do it. If both players' sides agree before the start of play, each player can take and hold a respective mulligan. Anytime during the game, they can play their mulligan to re-roll any one of their own non-battle die rolls. This is basically to prevent an event from, causing the game to kind of go way against you. Set of strategy notes here, which I have read through and don't really remember very well. Alrighty. I don't feel anywhere near ready. What about the scenario? So we're going to be playing the full campaign, of course. This normally ends at the conclusion of 1748. However, it may also end prematurely if powers achieve a decisive victory, as defined in the automatic victory conditions, or the conditions below. And again, this is like really weird. It's like the automatic victories only apply in this case, but maybe in these campaigns. I don't know. Maybe. This one seems to. I'm not sure if this one does. If both French and British MWs are in the red zone, or either is 0, the game concludes at the end of the current fall season. If the Austrian MW enters the 0, the game ends immediately. Those do not trigger an automatic victory of any kind. They get you to the normal victory conditions, which are listed here. And so Austria, decisive victory if they have 4 or more at the end of the game, a loss at -5 or less. All the different powers are listed differently. Austrian victory conditions: if Piedmont joins the Bourbons, they can do worse and still win. It doesn't look like Austria and Britain need to get many victory points. Prussia needs a whole shit ton. France needs a fairly large amount. Spain needs a fairly large amount. Piedmont has different victory conditions depending on which side they're on. I'd feel pretty funny. We had something that was like, did we have something here? The British Piedmont cannot win unless both win at least marginal, and Prussia, Spain can't win unless both win at least marginal, or Prussia wins a decisive. In terms of setup, it's pretty much what I've got here, but we got some special rules in the setup, which was the asterisk cards are in the starting hand. And then they deal out, and the French will have 13 cards. You're only allowed to have 12. You have to discard one, but we may not hit that point before they get to use it. The game starts with the Prussians being forced to play a specific card. Again, not a mechanism that I like at all. Like, why put a card in the deck that you're forced to play? Just put the rules in the game, if that's what you need to do. It's the only activation by any power that can occur during the winter campaign season. After the Prussian rally, play then goes directly to the early winter event card phase. Depots are not removed on... there's like this weird tiny turn for the Prussians to make their invasion of Silesia, for them to become belligerent, and I guess Austria as well. And then in the 1741 admin spring phase, only Prussia and Austria get reinforcements because they're the only belligerents, and both the redeployment and draw phases are skipped. All other phases are resolved normally. So there we have it. All right, it looks like it's a mess. It looks like there's a really high burden of like special case rules and all that in this. I know there was kind of one in Clash of Monarchs. The intention was to make this a lighter game. I mean, I'm older and stupider. There's no question about that. But I also don't feel like I also am pretty sure that I approached Clash of Monarchs and it felt a lot more discernible what was going to happen, more or less. I feel much more muddled right now. We shall see. I know that by people's reactions to this, some of them which are of course influenced by that, the first edition was an absolute mess, but the replacement doesn't seem to have fixed a lot of the stuff. And I've seen at least some comments that are like, yeah, you put a Band-Aid on it. The whole game needed revisiting. Well, that wasn't going to happen. Kalinkowski obviously was tired of trying to work on this and get it out. It maybe should have just been shelved, but there are a few people who seem to think it's a great game. Let me see if I can find the great game in here, man. Let me see. There are people who are complaining it's too scripted. It definitely, I don't know. It definitely feels more painful to me in terms of that kind of, in terms of the special cases and all that are going on in it. And that just looks like a nightmare, especially knowing that it doesn't even contain all the steps that happen. Like there are key steps that are being left out of there and everything. So I've got a lot of worries here. A lot of stuff that's like, you know, these tracks. And I'm just going to have to, you know, either zone out on them and learn about the events that are on them or blunder into them. I prefer blundering into things like that because I don't really want to know all the specifics. What I really like is more of a halfway place. that gives me a little bit more of a feel of what's going to happen. But I'll live with it. I'll live with it. It's kind of like when I play. See, one of the problems is I don't really know all the events that lead up to the 45, or all the events that, dealt with Charles of Lorraine eventually becoming emperor. I know some of them, but it's much more detailed than like me knowing broadly what's going to happen in, say, Europa Universalis, and being able to wing it based on my knowledge of history. And of course, a second or third play, I'm going to know these and the cards a little too well. That's the same case with any event-driven game. After you play the first time, you kind of know what the deck is stacked as. And unlike games like Empires of the Middle Ages, let me switch batteries and I'll get back to the thought. I have a pretty good idea of the broad span of what's possible, but you don't know what the specifics are going to come down to. These games with very, very specific events driving them are going to almost necessarily always stay within a certain narrow track. They stay on the rails to some extent. The more they're able to go off, the happier I am, right? But the events tend to not be very generic. They tend to be very, very specific, and that card's out of the deck now because that one special thing happened. EU has the same problem. It's got such a huge set of events because it's not limited by cards, and it's also generated in a way that like you got no idea whether or not things are going to happen whenever. That it should be a little bit more flexible, but it kind of isn't. It kind of stays on the rails, even though the rails are the wrong rails. Like, it doesn't give you the historical rails. This is for the original EU. No clue with EU, what is it, Price of Power or whatever, that I played once. And thought it was a really cool game. Just wish it had the capability to handle... there were a few things that I really didn't like about it, but wanted to change, and felt like I could, but I also wanted to add a bigger component set to it, and that, like, at least 2 more players, and that didn't. Anyway, we're really going off the wall here in terms of what we're talking about here. I've got a lot of I don't know, I'm making best guesses as to what the rules intend. For example, with the India, I think Pondicherry is supposed to be French-controlled. It's not in the setup from the playbook, whereas these two are in the setup. This is. This doesn't have anything otherwise, so, kind of needs one, but those, I don't know if they need it. It's weird to start a game where everybody's neutral, where it's not sort of a free-form diplomacy game the way that like Empires and Arms or EU are. Those games allow you to make your own choices. Here you're not really allowed to. You've got your coalitions, they're set, they're fixed. It's just a question of when they start coming into play and becoming belligerent. And I guess Hanover is semi-belligerent or something. I don't understand, but yeah, I may just be missing something about the history in terms of that. All right, let's send this up. I'm in no mood to get this started now, so you will not see more of me today, I think. Well, tonight. Before I go to sleep,